urge all parties to return to the negotiation table immediately and in good faith. I reiterate my and the US Secretary General's repeated calls for immediate release of hostages held in Gaza and for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire. Mr. President, Palestinians in Gaza face another round of mass displacement, with 1 million fleeing from Rafah, many being displaced multiple times. Overcrowded conditions and acute shortage of food, water and medicine have led to misery and spread of diseases. The humanitarian response is hopefully inadequate to address these needs. On 24 May, the International Court of Justice delivered its order on the request of South Africa for the modification of the order of 28 March in the case concerning applications of the Convention of the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide in the Gaza Strip, reaffirming its previous provisional measures and indicating new measures. Humanitarians are heroically continue to deliver life-saving assistance in the incredibly difficult environment. Unsafe conditions resulting from dangerously deficient humanitarian notification mechanisms are compounded by overcrowding, desperation, and a breakdown of law and order, imperiling humanitarian operations and costing the lives of humanitarian workers, including some 200 UN staff. Just hours ago, this breakdown of law and order has resulted in a well-organized looting of the UNRWA Rafah log base, making it more or less inoperative. And this is the key center of our operations. While we are still investigating the circumstances, I condemn any violence on UN premises. As I briefed this council a little over a week ago, the opening of 2 crossings in the north alongside with the entry of humanitarian goods arriving from Ashdod and from Jordan, as well as to the UN-built floating pier via Cyprus, which is, by the way, now under repair, are positive developments, but highly insufficient. I reiterate the Secretary General's call for an immediate reopening of the Rafah crossing and for impeded humanitarian access throughout the Gaza Strip. Mr. President, let me also focus on the occupied West Bank, where violence and other negative trends continue in an alarming rate. Large-scale Israeli operations persist, which are often met by lethal exchanges with armed Palestinians, as well as a spike in settler violence and attacks by Palestinians against Israelis. Friction points around the settlements are getting worse as the settlement enterprise expand in a very well-planned manner. I am particularly concerned by Israel's lifting of the military order banning Israelis from entering 3 evacuated settlements in the northern West Bank, a policy in effect since 2005 disengagement law was put in place. I do take note of the subsequent military order declaring the area closed military zones, effectively preventing the entry of Israelis and Palestinians. Around in the region, the threat of a serious escalation has intensified. Exchanges of fire across the blue line between Israel and Hezbollah and other non-state armed groups in Lebanon continued. In addition to the deeply concerning escalation between Israel and Iran witnessed last month, aerial attacks towards Israel from militants in the region and Houthi attacks against international shipping in the Red Sea persisted. This is a combustible mix. Mr. President, it is clear that all sides must urgently change course. It is right that we are all focused on preventing a further deterioration of looking for a solution to the most pressing needs, yet without linking these urgent efforts to a longer-term political strategy, any solution will be short-lived or even counterproductive. No attempts to address the humanitarian security challenges will be sustainable unless it's a part of a broader approach that addresses Gaza's political future. That future is an integral part of a single unified Palestinian state, which is a crucial foundation for realizing a two-state solution. This has been a continuous and will continue to be the key focus of my own efforts. Throughout the last months, the Secretary General and I have engaged extensively with the parties, the region and international actors to encourage a common approach to addressing the complex humanitarian, security and political crisis affecting not only Gaza, but the whole of the occupied Palestinian territory, Israel and the region. We must reach an agreement to release the hostages and put in place an immediate ceasefire. There is absolutely no time to lose. The UN remains in regular contact with the mediators and parties, and we are committed to support and implement any such agreement. A sustained ceasefire will be critical to a full-scale humanitarian and early recovery response to meet the immense needs in Gaza. At the same time, we should be putting in place the framework for Gaza recovery and doing so in a way that is tangible for moves forward rather than away from a long-term political solution in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. I have previously outlined some of the key principles that should guide us in that work, and allow me to reiterate and expand several of them here. There should be no long-term Israeli military presence in Gaza, while at the same time Israel's legitimate security concerns, particularly in the wake of the acts of terror committed on 7 October, must be addressed. Secondly, Gaza is and must remain an integral part of a future Palestinian state with no reduction in its territory. Number 3, Gaza and the West Bank must be unified politically, economically and administratively. They must be governed by a Palestinian government that is recognized and supported by the Palestinian people and the international community. Transitional arrangements are required. They must be designed to achieve a unified Palestinian government within a precise and limited time frame. There can be no long-term solution in Gaza that is not fundamentally political. Mr. President, my message in Brussels, where we met with the international partners meeting on Palestine, was along these lines. That is the same message I'm giving you today, and it's straightforward and it's urgent. We must strengthen and preserve the institutions of the Palestinian Authority before it is too late, while rejecting any steps that seek to systematically undermine its viability, such as the ongoing Israeli withholding of the PA's clearance revenues. It is a very serious fiscal situation for the Palestinian Authority, Mr. President. I warned over a year ago that 30 years of state building in Palestine were at grave risk. That is even more true today, and the consequences are even more serious. Affirming a path to the two-state solution means preserving and safeguarding the very institutions that are meant to govern such a state. Moreover, these institutions will be vital to the essential objective of ensuring Palestinian-led governments in Gaza. The new technocrat Palestinian government under Prime Minister Mohammed Mustafa, with 8 ministers from Gaza, represent an important opportunity for all of us to support a tangible step in the right direction and in line with the principles for Gaza's future, as I just outlined. The international community should provide support to and work with the new government to address PA's dire fiscal crisis, strengthen its governance capacity and prepare it to reassume its responsibility in Gaza and, ultimately, govern the whole of the occupied Palestinian territory. Political, institutional and economic reforms will be needed, but they must be achievable, credible and financed. We should ensure that the Palestinian authorities is an integral part of planning for Gaza's recovery and reconstruction. I urge all actors to recognize the critical role of the PA and how that could be played out in Gaza, and work towards enabling its return, because there is actually no credible alternative. We already know that the scale of damage is immense. The World Bank and the UN, together with support from the EU, conducted an interim damage assessment of the impact of the first 4 months of the conflict in Gaza, quantifying the cost at that point of physical damage to critical infrastructure like hospital, housing, and basic roads to be around $8.5 billion. The final cost will be multiples of this figure. The massive scale of these efforts will clearly require mobilization of the widest possible coalition of donors, private sector sources and financing, and significant improvement as to how reconstruction and materials should be able to enter into the Strip. We know already that donors and investors will not be forthcoming without concrete steps by the parties to find a political solution and ensure that Gaza is not rebuilt, only to be destroyed yet again. Let me be clear. The political framework and structures we establish now will play a significant role in the success or failure of what follows. This requires us to plan and act deliberately and thoughtfully, knowing that today's decisions will not only shape the future of governance in Gaza, but also determine the trajectory of the Israeli-Palestinian conflicts more broadly. Mr. President, I'm aware of the many challenges in trying to achieve these objectives while war rages in Gaza and while our attention is rightly focused on urgent needs on the ground. But it is time for making difficult political choices. If we neglect to lay the foundations of a lasting resolution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and end the occupation, the price of failure will reverberate for generations. These foundations will not only be laid in Gaza, but also in the occupied West Bank, and they must be set in place not just by donors and the international community, but by committed leaders on all sides of this conflict. The drivers of conflict must be addressed, including violence, settlement advancement, and military activity. Israeli measures that undermine PA must halt now. Without progress on each of these, we will begin the process of undermining what we have not yet even started. After the horrors of the past 7 months and the past days, Palestinians and Israelis desperately need a political horizon. Without it, there is no sustainable path out of the suffering and misery we are witnessing every day. Thank you.
I thank Mr. Wennesland for his important briefing. I will now give the floor to those council members who wish to make statements. I give the floor to the representative of the United States.
Thank you, Mr. President. Special Coordinator Wennesland, thank you for your briefing this morning. It is clear the situation in Gaza remains dire, and we also remain concerned regarding the situation in the West Bank. Colleagues, we are heartbroken and horrified by the deaths of dozens of Palestinian civilians and the more than 200 individuals who were seriously injured, including children, following an Israeli airstrike on May 26. Words cannot capture the sense of loss the families whose lives were shattered by this tragic incident feel. The Palestinians affected by the May 26 airstrikes had been displaced multiple times, heeding Israeli evacuation orders and seeking shelter in the camps impacted by this weekend's Israeli airstrikes. Israel said the civilian deaths were a mistake, potentially caused by secondary explosions, and that the strike was aimed at 2 senior Hamas terrorists who also died. We have urged Israel to do more to protect innocent Palestinian lives and to undertake a swift, transparent, and comprehensive investigation. As we have said before, Israel has a right to defend itself against Hamas, but Israel also has obligations to protect civilians. The fact that Hamas's leaders and fighters hide among civilians does not lessen the requirement for Israel to conduct its operations in accordance with international humanitarian law. Israel must do more to protect innocent Palestinians in Gaza. We also have emphasized that Israel must connect its military operations to a political strategy that can ensure the lasting defeat of Hamas, the release of all the hostages, and a better future for the Palestinian people. The continued pattern of significant civilian harm resulting from incidents like Sunday's airstrikes undermines Israel's strategic goals in Gaza. Colleagues, many of you have raised last week's order by the ICJ, which we note echoes the U.S. position that Israel must avoid a major military operation in the heart of Rafah that would put huge numbers of civilians at risk. We continue to believe there are alternatives to a major operation that would better advance Israel's goal of the enduring defeat of Hamas and also protect innocent Palestinians. We remain concerned that too little aid is flowing into Gaza and reaching those in need. In this regard, we welcome Egypt's decision to allow the shipment of aid through Kerem Shalom and call on Israel to remove all barriers to the flow of aid at scale through all crossings and routes. More must be done to ensure more aid is getting into Gaza through all routes and is able to be safely distributed to those in need throughout Gaza. The closure of the Rafah border crossing has impacted the humanitarian and security situation. As Gaza faces famine, it is essential we increase food, fuel, and supplies reaching those in need. Attacks by violent extremist settlers on humanitarian aid convoys bound for Gaza and against Palestinian civilians must stop. We condemn these attacks and have made clear that Israel must provide security for the convoys and their drivers and take action to ensure accountability for those individuals committing violent acts and hindering the delivery of humanitarian aid to civilians in need. We take note of Special Coordinator Venzelin's discussion of reconstruction in Gaza and underscore Senior Coordinator Kogg's important role in that effort. As well as no use of Gaza as a platform for terrorism or other violent attacks. Further, Palestinian voices, self-determination, and aspirations must be at the center of post-crisis governance in Gaza. And Gaza must be unified with the West Bank under a reformed Palestinian Authority. For this to be achieved, a sustained mechanism for reconstruction is needed. We remain concerned about the situation in the West Bank. Special Coordinator Venzelin made clear the economic impacts of the Israeli government withholding revenue transfers. We believe this policy is counterproductive and that, with all necessary safeguards, these funds should continue to flow. It is wrong to withhold funds that provide basic goods and services to innocent people. The United States has been clear. Withholding funds destabilizes the West Bank and undermines the Palestinian people's search for security and prosperity, which is in Israel's interest. We are also troubled by Israel's threat to cut off Palestinian banks from their Israeli correspondent banks. These banking channels are critical for processing transactions that enable almost $8 billion a year in imports from Israel, including electricity, water, fuel, and food, as well as facilitating almost $2 billion a year in exports on which Palestinian livelihoods depend. It is essential that these banking channels remain open and that Israel stop withholding funds. Colleagues, the United States is committed to advancing enduring peace and security for Israelis and Palestinians alike, including through practical, time-bound, and irreversible steps to establish a Palestinian state to stand side by side with Israel. This is the only way to advance an enduring peace. To that end, we recognize the need to revitalize the Palestinian Authority so that it can most effectively advance the aspirations of the Palestinian people and deliver for them. Secretary Blinken has been engaged with the Palestinian Authority leadership on reforms. Proposed ideas, if implemented, would be a step in the right direction. We also continue to work towards a framework that would better integrate Israel into the region so that it enjoys normal relations with the Arab states, including Saudi Arabia. This would present a powerful front to deter aggression and uphold regional stability. These efforts to free the hostages, to reform the PA, to support regional integration, to increase humanitarian assistance and protect civilians are all consistent with President Biden's longstanding view that, ultimately, a two-state solution is the only way to ensure a strong, secure, Jewish, democratic state of Israel, as well as a future of dignity, security, and prosperity for the Palestinian people. The United States will continue to engage here in New York, in Jerusalem, in Ramallah, and throughout the region to work towards these ends, and we would urge others to do the same. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the United States for their important statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Sierra Leone.
Mr. President, thank you for convening this meeting. I thank Special Coordinator Tom Wensland for his briefing and valuable insights on the protracted conflict in the occupied Palestine territory, and in particular the ongoing hostilities in the Gaza Strip with catastrophic consequences. The conflict remains a global concern with a range of security, political, and humanitarian issues that warrant both our immediate attention to secure a permanent ceasefire, as well as long-term attention for post-war reconstruction and the political horizon of a two-state solution. We therefore welcome the recent actions by some European Union member states to recognize the state of Palestine as positive actions which will not only contribute to global efforts towards lasting peace between Israel and Palestine, but could also facilitate economic and infrastructural support and development in post-conflict Palestine. Mr. President, every day, civilians in the Gaza Strip grapple with the difficulties of living in an extremely unsafe environment with the constant threat of bomb attacks, indiscriminate bombardment, and lack of the most basic essential services needed for their survival, including food, water, and medicine. The intense military operation in Rafah since the start of May has exacerbated the situation as Rafah City, the last refuge in the Gaza Strip for more than 1.4 million displaced Palestinians, has turned into an active war zone, with daily reports of increased civilian casualties and breaches of international law principles to protect civilians. Incidents around the Egypt-Rafah border, particularly reports of an exchange of fire between Israeli and Egyptian soldiers, which led to the death of at least one Egyptian soldier, are also very concerning, as are the escalating cross-border missile launches and retaliatory attacks between Hezbollah and the IDF. Additionally, attacks launched by Hamas from the OPT on the Israeli city of Tel Aviv is another escalatory action in this conflict, which will only lead to a vicious cycle of violence. Sierra Leone notes with deep concern the events in recent days, in particular, the attack on the camp for displaced people in Rafah that killed at least 45 civilians, many of whom were women and children. Sierra Leone condemns all attacks against civilians and protected persons in the ongoing conflict, recalling the clear obligations under international law, in particular international humanitarian law, and we reiterate our call for parties to the conflict to respect and protect civilians and civilian objects at all times in accordance with their said obligations under international law. Sierra Leone is further disturbed by the appalling humanitarian situation in the Gaza Strip, characterized by closures of very limited access through designated crossing points that prevent the supply of humanitarian assistance to a starving population. Furthermore, we are also deeply disturbed by reports of actions targeting UNRWA aimed at limiting its activities and mandate delivery. We reiterate our support for UNRWA and our stance that UNRWA is a lifeline for the Palestinian people, not only in Gaza and West Bank, but also in Lebanon, Syria, and Jordan. The conflict in the Gaza Strip has long-standing complex roots, but it is not an intractable situation. In this regard, Sierra Leone reiterates the following points. 1. Firstly, we call on this Council to remain united in its call for a lasting ceasefire, peaceful resolution to the conflict, and resolute in its support of all meaningful efforts to reach a political horizon of the two-state solution. We must utilize all appropriate political and diplomatic tools at our disposal to compel the parties to the conflict to comply with international law and the resolutions adopted by this Council, including resolutions 2712, 2720, and 2728. 2. Sierra Leone notes with keen interest actions initiated by the international judicial systems to ensure accountability and combat impunity in the Gaza conflict. We therefore call on parties to the conflict to adhere to their obligations as outlined in ICJ provisional orders of 26 January 2024, 28 March 2024, and 24th May 2024, with the latter, among other things, requesting the State of Israel to, quote, immediately halt its military offensive and any other action in the Rafah governorate, end of quote, and maintain open the Rafah crossing for unhindered provision at scale of urgently needed basic services and humanitarian assistance. 3, we reiterate the need and legal obligation as per the ICJ orders for the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages held by Hamas since the 7th October 2023. 4, we call on parties to the conflict to ensure the protection and safety of humanitarian agencies and their workers providing life-saving services in the Gaza Strip and the OTP. We denounce direct attacks on them and acts of or misinformation or disinformation campaigns that seek to discredit them and their operations. In closing, my delegation looks forward to the resumption of negotiations between Israel and Hamas, facilitated by Egypt, Qatar, and the United States. We acknowledge our unwavering commitment to the peace process. Sierra Leone stands ready to engage on any United Nations Security Council product or action that will assist in significantly easing the suffering of the Palestinian people and facilitate the achievement of lasting peace between Israel and Palestine. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Sierra Leone for their important statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Switzerland.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je remercie le coordinateur spécial Torben Esland de sa présentation et de tous ses efforts. La Suisse est indignée par les événements de dimanche dernier au Proche-Orient. Nous condamnons fermement les tirs indiscriminés de roquettes par le Hamas contre Israël, comme celle de ce dimanche 26 mai. Nous rappelons que les attaques indiscriminées constituent des violations du droit international humanitaire. La Suisse condamne fermement la frappe israélienne qui a fait, selon l'ONU, des dizaines de victimes civiles, dont de nombreux enfants, dans un camp de déplacés à Rafah ce même dimanche soir. Et nous exprimons nos sincères condoléances aux familles. Nous rappelons que le droit international humanitaire exige des parties de distinguer entre civils et combattants et entre biens civils et objectifs militaires. Il exige également des parties de prendre toutes les précautions possibles pour épargner la population civile et éviter les dommages aux biens de caractère civil. Les civils à Gaza vivent dans des conditions inacceptables, sans aucune protection, alors qu'ils sont en proie à des déplacements répétés, à la famine et aux hostilités incessantes. La Suisse réitère son opposition à l'opération militaire en cours à Rafah, ainsi que son appel à un cessez-le-feu immédiat. Les nouvelles mesures conservatoires de la Cour internationale de justice, adoptées le 24 mai, exigent notamment qu'Israël arrête son offensive militaire dans le gouvernorat de Rafah. La Suisse rappelle que ces ordonnances sont contraignantes pour toutes les parties. Nous attendons d'Israël qu'il s'y conforme et prenne les mesures nécessaires. Par ailleurs, ce Conseil doit veiller à la mise en œuvre des 3 résolutions qu'il a adoptées depuis les actes de terreur du 7 octobre que la Suisse a fermement condamnés. Les résolutions 2712, 2720 et 2728 exigent des parties qu'elles remplissent leurs obligations de droit international humanitaire. Cela inclut l'obligation de protéger les civils et d'autoriser et faciliter l'acheminement de l'aide humanitaire de manière sûre, rapide et sans entrave aux civils. Or, l'aide humanitaire entrant à Gaza reste largement insuffisante. L'aide doit pouvoir être fournie par tous les points de passage et arriver dans l'ensemble de la bande de Gaza, comme requis aussi par la CIG. Enfin, le respect du droit international signifie également la libération immédiate et inconditionnelle de tous les otages. Monsieur le Président, la situation en Cisjordanie mérite aussi toute l'attention de ce Conseil. Dans un contexte déjà très tendu, nous exhortons les dirigeants de toutes les parties à renoncer à tout propos inflammatoire, toute provocation ou mesure unilatérale qui risque de favoriser l'escalade. Nous rappelons la nécessité de respecter le statu quo historique sur les lieux saints à Jérusalem et le rôle de gardien endossé par la Jordanie à cet égard. La violence et le nombre de morts parmi les civils, aussi en Cisjordanie, continuent à battre des records effrayants. La Suisse condamne la violence perpétrée par les colons israéliens, y compris contre les locaux de l'UNRWA à Jérusalem-Est et contre des convois d'aide humanitaire en Cisjordanie. Vendredi dernier, ce Conseil a adopté la résolution 2730. Cette résolution réaffirme l'obligation qui incombe aux États et aux parties au conflit de respecter et de protéger le personnel et les biens humanitaires. Ceci s'applique bien sûr aussi aux centres de distribution à Gaza qui ne doivent pas faire l'objet de pillages, comme nous venons de l'entendre. Nous rappelons aussi que l'usage de la force lors d'opérations de maintien de l'ordre, comme à Jenin la semaine passée, doit notamment répondre aux critères de nécessité et de proportionnalité et protéger les droits de tout individu à la vie et à la sécurité de sa personne. Pour conclure, la Suisse rappelle que le respect du droit international et des résolutions de ce Conseil sont les conditions sine qua non pour la désescalade et un premier pas vers la mise en place d'une paix durable entre Israéliens et Palestiniens. Nous réitérons notre soutien ferme à la solution négociée à 2 États, Israël et la Palestine, dont Gaza fait partie intégrante, et vivant côte à côte en paix et en sécurité à l'intérieur de frontières sûres et reconnues. Je vous remercie.
I thank the representative of Switzerland for their important statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Malta.
Thank you, President. I also thank Special Coordinator Wennesland for his briefing. Malta is gravely concerned at the crisis that continues to unfold. We reaffirm our call for an immediate and permanent ceasefire. Malta reiterates its unequivocal condemnation of the 7th October Hamas terror attack on Israeli civilians and the continued indiscriminate rocket fire at Israeli territory, including the recent barrage launched from Rafah. We once again call for the immediate and unconditional release of all remaining hostages. Our concerns also continue to mount for Palestinian civilians in Gaza. Tens of thousands have already been killed or injured. Millions have been forcibly displaced on multiple occasions, and the entire population is under siege. An intensification of Israeli military operations in Rafah and a return to fierce fighting in North Gaza, coupled with evacuation orders imposed on desperate civilians, highlights the severely compromised security and humanitarian crisis. On Sunday, more civilians lost their lives and were harmed following an Israeli airstrike on a refugee camp in Rafah. The constant bombardment of hospitals, combined with aid restrictions, has led to the collapse of the healthcare system. This is putting the lives of hundreds of thousands of Palestinians at risk as they are unable to access essential services. This is also putting mothers and their newborns at risk of significant physical and mental harm. More than 155,000 pregnant and lactating women are unable to access essential services. Reports of an estimated 17,000 children are currently unaccompanied or separated from their families. This is staggering. We stress that international humanitarian law provides special protection for children as persons who are particularly vulnerable. The seizure and closure of the Rafah crossing by Israel has also crippled the provision and distribution of aid, compounding an already dire situation. In accordance with international humanitarian law, Israel is obliged to facilitate unimpeded aid relief into and across the Gaza Strip. We call for the Rafah crossing to be reopened and for a massive upscale of aid to the civilian population. The safety and security of aid workers, in accordance with Security Council Resolutions 2712 and 2720, must equally be guaranteed. Furthermore, Malta underlines its support for the indispensable life-saving role of UNRWA in Gaza and the wider region. Consistent with our endorsement of the shared commitments on UNRWA, we stress the need for the agency to receive adequate and sustained political and financial support. President, the immediate priorities are clear. We need full compliance and implementation of the relevant Council resolutions and the full, immediate and effective implementation of the orders of the ICJ, including those issued on 24th May. We need a ceasefire, the release of hostages, a surge of humanitarian aid, and a stop to the launch of rockets on Israeli towns and cities. We must also address the question of long-term priorities to ensure that Israelis and Palestinians both enjoy a future of peace and dignity. This includes a commitment to accountability, as justice and peace are complementary. Judicial proceedings seeking to counter impunity are critical for long-term stability. We reaffirm that settlements in the West Bank are illegal and an obstacle for peace. Israeli settlement activities and violence against Palestinian civilians in the OPT must cease. Fundamentally, influential and regional parties must mobilize the political will and encourage to support restorative dialogue processes and ensure that a return to a political horizon is reaffirmed as a priority. This must include support to revitalize the Palestinian Authority, for it to have the capacity for governance over both the West Bank and Gaza. Malta supports all efforts towards initiating a comprehensive peace plan, which would pave the way for a credible and irreversible realization of a two-state solution along the pre-1967 borders, addressing the legitimate aspirations of both sides, with Jerusalem as the future capital of two states living side by side in peace and security, in line with all relevant Security Council resolutions and internationally agreed parameters. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Malta for their important statement. I now give the floor to the representative of France.
Monsieur le Président, je remercie Monsieur Wennesland pour son exposé et je tiens à lui redire le plein soutien de la France. La France appelle à un cessez-le-feu immédiat à Gaza. Elle réaffirme son opposition à l'opération militaire israélienne en cours à Rafah, qui a conduit au déplacement de centaines de milliers de civils. Celle-ci doit cesser sans délai. Le président Macron a exprimé lundi son indignation après les récentes frappes israéliennes qui ont fait de nombreuses victimes civiles. Conformément à l'ordonnance de la Cour internationale de justice, Israël doit arrêter immédiatement son offensive militaire et toute autre action menée dans le gouvernorat de Rafah. Les autorités israéliennes doivent aussi maintenir ouvert le point de passage de Rafah pour que puissent être assurées sans restriction et à grande échelle la fourniture des services de base et de l'aide humanitaire requis de toute urgence. La France exige la libération immédiate de tous les otages encore retenus par le Hamas et d'autres groupes terroristes. Elle déplore le décès de l'un des 3 otages français. La France n'a cessé de condamner les attaques terroristes du 7 octobre. Elle condamne également les tirs de roquettes du Hamas ayant ciblé la semaine dernière la région de Tel Aviv et le centre d'Israël. Il est essentiel qu'une aide humanitaire massive parvienne à la population civile de Gaza. Tous les points de passage doivent être ouverts sans délai. La France condamne fermement l'attaque du Hamas contre le point de passage de Kerem Shalom, ainsi que les attaques d'un convoi humanitaire jordanien par des colons israéliens le 7 mai. Nous appelons les autorités israéliennes à mettre fin à la violence des colons contre les convois d'aide et à traduire les auteurs en justice. Nous rappelons aussi que l'acheminement de l'aide ne doit pas être entravé et qu'elle doit bénéficier à la population civile. La France appelle à un strict respect du droit international humanitaire et elle rappelle l'impératif de protection des civils et des personnels humanitaires. Elle a utilisé le corridor maritime pour fournir de l'aide aux populations civiles de Gaza. Mais ce corridor ne peut se substituer à l'acheminement de l'aide par les voies terrestres. Comme l'a fait la Cour internationale de justice, la France appelle Israël à rouvrir immédiatement le point de passage de Rafah. La France est très préoccupée par la situation en Cisjordanie et plus largement dans la région. Nous déplorons les conséquences de l'opération militaire menée dans le camp de réfugiés de Jénine. La France rappelle l'importance du respect du principe de distinction entre la population civile et les combattants. La politique de colonisation israélienne en Cisjordanie et à Jérusalem-Est, contraire au droit international, se poursuit à un rythme soutenu. Le président Macron a condamné les nouvelles annonces en matière de colonisation et la remise en cause de la loi de désengagement. Et il a souligné sa détermination à renforcer les sanctions en la matière, y compris au niveau européen. La France condamne les violences commises par certains colons à l'encontre de la population palestinienne. Ceux-ci doivent répondre de leurs actes devant la justice. La France est mobilisée pour éviter un embrasement régional. Nous appelons à la désescalade, notamment de part et d'autre de la ligne bleue. Monsieur le Président, le Conseil de sécurité a déjà adopté 3 résolutions sur l'arrêt des combats et l'acheminement de l'aide humanitaire. Celles-ci ont valeur contraignante et elles doivent être respectées. Ce Conseil doit s'exprimer de manière urgente sur la situation à Rafah et demander l'arrêt de cette offensive. Il doit aussi œuvrer à la solution des 2 États, qui est la seule à même de donner un horizon de paix aux Israéliens comme aux Palestiniens. La France continuera de se mobiliser en ce sens auprès de ses partenaires internationaux et du groupe de contact arabe que le président de la République et le ministre des Affaires étrangères ont reçu à Paris le 24 mai. Le président Macron a rappelé à cette occasion le soutien de la France à une autorité palestinienne renforcée et à son retour dans la bande de Gaza, qui devra faire partie de l'État palestinien avec le soutien de la communauté internationale. Les Nations Unies ont un rôle central à jouer en ce sens. Le projet de résolution que nous proposons aborde ces dimensions politiques et j'appelle l'ensemble des membres du Conseil de sécurité à le soutenir. Je vous remercie.
I thank the representative of France for their important statement. I now give the floor to the representative of the Russian Federation.
Господин председатель, благодарим специального координатора по БВУ господина Тура Венеслана за обзор ситуации в зоне Палестино-израильского конфликта, где уже 8-й месяц продолжается кровопролитная военная операция Израиля, унесшая уже более 36,5 тысяч мирных палестинцев. Беспрецедентное со времен Второй мировой войны количество жертв. Абсолютное большинство среди них составляют женщины и дети, которые погибают в поисках жизненно необходимой помощи в недоступных для ООНовских структур районах анклава. Вопреки резолюциям Совета Безопасности и Генеральной Ассамблеи ООН, а также решениям Международного суда ООН, израильская авиация продолжает неизбирательные бомбардировки южных и центральных районов Газы. Не избежал этой трагической участи и город Рафах на юге сектора, где скопилось порядка 1 миллиона гражданских лиц после того, как, по данным БАПОР, его покинули 800 тысяч палестинцев. Ежедневно в городе гибнут люди, включая сотрудников ООН. 13 мая в результате обстрела ООНовского автомобиля, который направлялся в европейский госпиталь в Рафахе, был убит сотрудник Департамента ООН по вопросам охраны и безопасности, а еще один ООНовец был ранен. В ночь с 26 мая в результате атаки ВВС Израиля по палаточному лагерю ВПЛ к северо-западу от Рафаха было убито по меньшей мере 45 человек, включая маленьких детей. Десятки были ранены. Произошло это буквально через 2 дня после очередного постановления Международного суда о временных мерах с требованием прекратить наступление в Рафахе. Кроме того, на КПП «Рафах» в результате перестрелки между израильскими военными и египетскими пограничниками был убит военнослужащий армии Египта. Израильские действия в Рафахе осудило абсолютное большинство членов международного сообщества, включая глав внешнеполитических ведомств стран арабского мира. Не остался в стороне и генеральный секретарь ООН Антонио Гутерреш, призвавший Западный Иерусалим к проведению тщательного расследования для определения ответственных и принятию незамедлительных мер по обеспечению защиты гражданского населения. В свою очередь, мы также осуждаем авиаудар по лагерю ВПЛ в Рафахе и призываем Западный Иерусалим положить конец этим военным преступлениям в отношении палестинского народа. Требуем от Израиля неукоснительного соблюдения положений международного гуманитарного права. Недопустимо нападение на персонал ООН и гуманитарщиков, работающих на земле. Поддерживаем соответствующий призыв Антонио Гутерреша к незамедлительному прекращению огня, обеспечению беспрепятственного гуманитарного доступа и безоговорочному освобождению всех заложников, чтобы положить конец страданиям гражданского населения анклава. Господин председатель, из озвученных спецкоординатором оценок становится понятно, что остановки израильской военной машины в ближайшее время ожидать не стоит. Видим, что Западный Иерусалим настроен продолжать военную операцию в секторе Газа, несмотря на все более очевидную неспособность достичь заявленных целей – безопасного освобождения заложников и ликвидации Хамас. В то же время переговорный процесс между Израилем и движением Хамас через посредников по вопросу обмена удерживаемых израильских заложников на палестинских заключенных буксует. В этих условиях масштабы гуманитарной катастрофы расширяются с каждым днем. Израильские военные уже 3 недели блокируют въезд через КПП «Рафах» и Керем-Шалом 3000 грузовиков с гуманитарной помощью. Как результат, по оценке специализированных агентств ООН, в секторе закончилась вся гуманитарная помощь. Нет воды, еды и топлива. Тем, кому удается спастись от бомбежек, сталкиваются с голодом, инфекционными заболеваниями и отсутствием необходимой медицинской помощи. Широкий резонанс вызвали сообщения об обнаружении массового захоронения в Хан-Юнисе с более чем 300 телами палестинцев. Российская Федерация делает все возможное для того, чтобы облегчить бедственное положение гражданского населения оккупированной палестинской территории. Начиная с 19 октября 2023 года самолетами МЧС России в Египет для последующей отправки в осажденный палестинский анклав по линии Египетского общества Красного полумесяца было доставлено более 500 тонн гуманитарных грузов. Наряду с государственными органами к сбору гуманитарной помощи для нуждающихся палестинцев активно подключились многочисленные российские неправительственные и общественные организации, частные лица, усилиями которых по всей России были собраны сотни тонн медикаментов, теплых вещей, палаток, продуктов питания и предметов первой необходимости для направления в зону конфликта. Господин председатель, с сожалением приходится констатировать, что в условиях сегодняшней эскалации возвращение процесса палестино-израильского урегулирования в политико-дипломатическое русло и установление режима прекращения огня выглядит иллюзорно. В этой связи Совету безопасности ООН необходимо продолжать оказывать давление как на Израиль, так и на его союзника – Вашингтон, подписавшего законопроект о выделении военной помощи на сумму в $26,4 миллиарда. Данный шаг на фоне отсутствия должного финансирования БАПОР вызывает растущее недовольство и возмущение даже внутри самих США, где антиизраильские демонстрации уже охватили студенческие кампусы крупнейших университетов. При этом попытки израильтян раскрутить темы сексуального насилия и якобы причастности сотрудников БАПОР к атаке Хамас 7 октября дают обратный результат. По итогам своего визита в Израиль и на западный берег реки Иордан профильный спецпредставитель Генсекретаря ООН в своем докладе так и не смогла подтвердить наиболее одиозные обвинения израильтян. Зато зафиксировала многочисленные нарушения в отношении произвольно задержанных палестинок. Обращают на себя внимание и выводы группы экспертов во главе с Кэтрин Колонной, которые подтвердили соответствие БАПОР принципу нейтральности и ключевой роли в деле оказания помощи палестинцам. Господин председатель, нынешнее обострение обстановки в зоне Палестино-израильского конфликта показывает, каким трагическим последствиям приводят попытки монополизации Вашингтоном посреднических функций в угоду собственным необоснованным амбициям решать все мировые проблемы в одиночку. При этом американцы любые усилия международного сообщества по поиску путей содействия ближневосточному урегулированию и исправлению исторической несправедливости в отношении палестинцев, среди которых ветирование США проекта резолюции Совета Безопасности с рекомендацией Генассамблеи о приеме Палестины в члены ООН. Приветствуем усилия алжирских партнеров по Совету по продвижению в Совете Безопасности документа на фоне непрекращающегося кровопролития. Считаем востребованной скорейшую выработку единого сигнала Совета в пользу незамедлительного прекращения огня в анклаве. Кроме того, хотели бы вновь подтвердить неизменность нашей позиции о необходимости, наряду с мерами по преодолению острой фазы кризиса, приступить к созданию условий для налаживания прямого диалога между палестинцами и израильтянами по всему комплексу вопросов окончательного статуса. Итогом этого процесса должна стать реализация одобренной международным сообществом формулы двух государств – Израиля и Палестины, сосуществующих в мире и безопасности в границах 1967 года. Я благодарю за внимание.
I thank the representative of the Russian Federation for their important statement, and now give the floor to the representative of Japan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank Special Coordinator Mr. Wenestran for his informative briefing. As we approach almost 8 months since the gruesome acts of terror by Hamas and others, we must uphold our strong condemnation of those actions while calling for the immediate return of all remaining hostages. At the same time, we must recognize the ongoing horrors and hostilities in Gaza. We are bearing witness to unimaginable suffering, catastrophic levels of civilian casualties, and starvations and disease on the rise. There is no safe place in Gaza Strip, not even for aid workers, journalists, women, or children. Despite the strong calls from the international community for restraint, Israel has begun military operations in Rafah. As humanitarian agencies had warned, the impact has already been devastating. Around 1 million Palestinians have been forced to flee yet again, most to areas that are not fit for human habitation. While we recognize the activation of the 2720 UN mechanism, the Rafah crossing is currently not functional, depriving civilians of the primary means of getting aid into Gaza. Famine has already taken hold in the north, and the situation in the south is on the brink of collapse, while the Rafah crossing stops functioning and the people are forced to redisplace. Against this background, the International Court of Justice has issued another provisional measures last week that ordered Israel to immediately halt its military offensive in Rafah, which may bring about physical destruction of the Palestinians in Gaza. Orders of provisional measures of the ICJ are legally binding on the parties to disputes and to be observed in good faith. Japan is deeply concerned for the critical humanitarian situation in Gaza, as well as the Israel Defense Forces airstrikes in Rafah and other military operations entailing a large number of civilian facilities, including many women and children. We cannot accept so many innocent people, especially women and children, fall victim to the fighting. As our Foreign Minister Kamikawa Yoko conveyed to Israel's Foreign Minister earlier this week, Japan opposes a full-scale military operation in Rafah and reiterates that humanitarian activities, including through the Rafah crossing, should not be impeded. Mr. President, Japan also joins others in calling for an immediate ceasefire so that a conducive environment for unhindered humanitarian activities is ensured and the hostages are released, and sincerely hopes that this will lead to a sustainable ceasefire. We strongly support the negotiations led by Egypt, Qatar, and the US seeking a way out of this devastating crisis. Beyond Gaza, Japan deplores the violence in the West Bank and East Jerusalem, where over 480 Palestinians have been killed since October 7th. We also unequivocally condemn the arson of UNRWA's headquarters. An environment in which international organizations can execute their missions safely and effectively is essential. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Japan for the important statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Slovenia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to thank Special Coordinator Venesland for his briefing. Mr. President, in the recent weeks, this Council has been clear in its rejection of the operation in Rafah. In our most recent resolution 2728, we made a clear demand for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza, together with the release of all hostages and ensuring safe, rapid, and unimpeded humanitarian access. Last week, the International Court of Justice adopted a new order on provisional measures regarding Gaza. Among others, the court has clearly ordered Israel to immediately hold its military offensive in Rafah. The court ordered to maintain open the Rafah crossing. The court ordered to ensure, in full cooperation with the United Nations, the unhindered provision at scale of basic services and humanitarian assistance. Despite this order, the operation continues with even more intensity. Security Council resolutions and ICJ decisions are binding. Yet, as we're meeting today, the operation in Rafah continues, despite international community's demands and pleas to the contrary, and in defiance of the order of the ICJ. Early this week, we saw a heartbreaking evidence of why the operations must stop immediately. Our worst fears of the severe impact of the operation on civilian populations have come true. Slovenia once again firmly condemns the strike on the displaced persons in Rafah, in what was supposed to be a safe zone. It proved once again that no place is a safe place for the civilians in Gaza. We reject forced displacement. We are appalled by the humanitarian conditions for internally displaced in Gaza, 1 million people was once again displaced from Rafah in the past few weeks. Clearly, there are not enough resources to respond to humanitarian needs, in particular food, water, fuel, medicine, and shelter. We are talking about people, old, young, children, people who, instead of fulfilling their dreams and aspirations, face nothing but struggles. For many of them, there is only one dream left: to wake up tomorrow. We have been consistently briefed about mounting struggles of people in the West Bank, further aggravated by the deteriorating fiscal situation of the Palestinian Authority. We are deeply concerned about the challenges faced by UNRWA, including the vote of the new legislation in the Knesset. Mr. President, international law is not a menu to choose from. It is also not something pushed on us. It is something we have willingly signed up to and accepted. UN member states must uphold the UN Charter with an unwavering commitment to international law. That means full respect of international law, including international humanitarian and human rights law. It means respect for decisions of international courts. It also means ensuring accountability for grave violations of international law. The decisions by the ACJ are not guidance and they are not recommendations. They are obligations. They are binding. Mr. President, it is important to underline that the most recent strike on displaced camp in Rafah is not an isolated incident. There have been several incidents in Gaza, and in one case after the other, we were told that investigations were taking place. However, this Council has not received any information or to follow up. In order for the Council to act responsibly in preventing the violations and ensuring accountability, we need to know what is happening on the ground. Credible international investigations are best fit for this purpose. The Council itself must show an unwavering commitment to international law by stepping up to its responsibilities. By merely observing grave violations, we are allowing the international system we know, the one based on the respect for international law, to collapse in front of our eyes. It is time for the Council to stop observing the situation in Rafah. The tragedy is not imminent. It is happening, and we should act, including with a clear resolution. Mr. President, like everything else, one day this moment will be history, and we will be judged on the basis of our reaction to it. The Council must make sure to be on the right side of history, and for Slovenia, the right side of history is protection of civilians. And we once again call for the immediate ceasefire. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Slovenia for their important statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Ecuador.
Gracias. Agradezco al coordinador especial Tor Venesland por su informe esta mañana y una vez más reitero el apoyo del Ecuador a sus valiosos esfuerzos. Desde los actos terroristas perpetrados por Hamás el 7 de octubre del 2023, que una vez más el Ecuador condena inequívocamente, este Consejo ha escuchado repetidamente informes que dan cuenta de una violencia aterradora, de muertes, heridos, desplazados y dolor para las poblaciones de Palestina e Israel. Señor Presidente, solo en los últimos días son varias las noticias desalentadoras que llegan, sobre todo desde Gaza. Bombardeos que afectan gravemente a la población civil en Rafah y provocan decenas de muertos y heridos, combates que no cesan, ayuda humanitaria insuficiente, ataques con cohetes lanzados de forma indiscriminada hacia Israel. Las imágenes que han llegado este fin de semana desde Tal al-Sultán serán difíciles de olvidar. Es hora de parar el ciclo de violencia y sufrimiento. Colegas, el 20 de mayo señalé que la situación era cada día más difícil y recordé la obligación de implementar todas las resoluciones de este Consejo, así como las medidas provisionales de la Corte Internacional de Justicia. Hoy, luego de que la Corte Internacional de Justicia ha decidido nuevas medidas provisionales y la situación en Rafah se ha tornado más violenta, debo reiterar lo dicho y hacer un nuevo llamado para que las decisiones que se han tomado por las instancias correspondientes de Naciones Unidas sean respetadas. Esto para que cesen inmediatamente las hostilidades, para que la ayuda humanitaria llegue de forma segura, suficiente y oportuna a todos los que la necesitan, y para que los rehenes que siguen en poder de Hamás sean liberados de forma inmediata y sin condición alguna. Debo recordar asimismo que las normas del derecho internacional humanitario son de obligatorio cumplimiento para todas las partes y que su violación acarrea graves responsabilidades. Deben realizarse las investigaciones correspondientes que permitan una adecuada rendición de cuentas. Señor presidente, es necesario que se reanuden las negociaciones entre las partes que permitan un cese al fuego y la liberación de los rehenes, y es imperativo asimismo que estas negociaciones se realicen de buena fe. Mi país respalda y agradece los esfuerzos de mediación que realizan Egipto, Qatar y Estados Unidos, e insta a las partes a flexibilizar sus posiciones tanto como sea posible para hacer viable un arreglo tan pronto y a la brevedad. Los actores que están en capacidad de influenciar a las partes tienen la responsabilidad de ejercer tal influencia de forma urgente y decidida, y este Consejo también debe hacer escuchar su voz ante una situación que ha superado todo límite. Es también necesario trabajar para que esta sea la última guerra de este conflicto. Para ello es preciso que se creen las condiciones que permitan avanzar hacia una solución pacífica, negociada y justa, definitiva para las partes, con la existencia definitivamente de dos estados, Palestina e Israel, sobre la base de las fronteras de 1967 y las resoluciones relevantes. Muchas gracias.
I thank the representative of Ecuador for their important statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Guyana.
Mr. President, Guyana thanks Special Coordinator Wensland for his briefing on the ever-worsening crisis in the occupied Palestinian territory. Another meeting on the Palestinian question, another list of statements calling for an end to this war. A sense of helplessness envelopes this small elected member of the Council in the face of the dehumanization of a people, disregard for the rule of law, and impunity. When will it end? Who and what can make it end? And yet, we cannot afford to remain silent, as too many have been already tragically silenced forever in this war. And so at the outset, I express Guyana's strong solidarity with the Palestinian people, a people with a rich history, culture, and a land. It is perhaps one of the greatest tragedies of modern times that the desire for their homeland has brought so much cruel suffering to the Palestinian people. A greater tragedy, though, is that the United Nations has not yet been able to bring this injustice to an end. Mr. President, it has been 76 years since the Palestinian people were forcibly displaced from much of their homeland, despite the United Nations General Assembly adopting a plan for the creation of an Arab and a Jewish state as a settlement of the Palestinian question. Force and displacement have characterized the Palestinian existence from that time to now, as they have experienced cycle after cycle of violence, pushing them off their ever-shrinking homeland. Where they have been allowed to remain, their existence has been one most miserable, owing to the iron fist of the occupying power that reaches into every sphere of Palestinian life. Today marks 235 days of the latest cycle of violence, and words are inadequate to capture the devastating results. The death toll has surpassed 36,000. More than 80,000 have been physically injured. Once the rubble in Gaza is cleared, the death toll is expected to climb. Against this backdrop of death and injury, the healthcare system has been severely incapacitated. Medical supplies, as with other humanitarian essentials, are extremely limited owing to the lack of humanitarian access at scale. The level of food insecurity has led to full-blown famine in the north. The impact of the war on children is especially disturbing. Many of them have been killed, maimed, and orphaned. The long-term psychosocial impacts on these children is a particular source of concern. Mr. President, it had seemed that the Gaza crisis could not get any worse until we learned of last Sunday's events in Tal al-Sultan in Rafah, where displaced Palestinians sheltering in tents were set on fire after Israeli airstrikes. People were injured and burned alive, and all of this in a designated safe zone, a chilling reminder that there is no safe place in Gaza. Guyana calls for a swift, independent, and international investigation to establish the facts surrounding this incident, including to identify the perpetrators. This Council must not continue to accept the all too familiar explanations of these incidents being mistakes or miscalculations. There is no justification for the killing of innocent civilians, and the Geneva Conventions of 1949 are clear on the obligation to protect civilians. This leads me to emphasize the obligation of all parties to the conflict to adhere strictly to international law, including international humanitarian law. The ICJ has issued 3 sets of provisional measures, but there is no compliance. Indeed, 2 days had not yet passed following the last order by the court for Israel to halt military operations in Rafah, when the attack in Tal al-Sultan took place. This Council must seriously consider how to address this blatant disregard for the rule of law. In this quagmire of illegalities, there are still more than 100 persons in Gaza taken hostage by Hamas from Israel on 7th of October. They must be immediately and unconditionally released, and their welfare must be protected. In light of the foregoing, Guyana makes 3 important calls. First, we call again for an immediate and unconditional ceasefire in Gaza, and for the removal of all obstacles that are contributing to the suffering of the Palestinian people. Unless the violence ends, the humanitarian situation will not improve, and the suffering will continue. A ceasefire is also one critical element for improving the security situation for humanitarian personnel to operate unimpeded. Second, we call for the opening of all land routes into Gaza to improve the flow of humanitarian goods. The needs in Gaza are massive, and the non-operation of several crossings has rendered the humanitarian response ineffective. The Rafah crossing must be reopened, unwieldy verification processes must be corrected, and Gaza must be flooded with humanitarian aid. Commercial activity must be fully resumed, even as we acknowledge that many have been pauperized by this war. Third, Guyana demands serious long-term efforts towards achieving the 2-state solution. The Palestinian people must exercise their inalienable right to self-determination, and it is the United Nations that must guarantee the exercise of that right. The majority of the organization's membership has demonstrated its support for Palestinian self-determination and statehood, and it is therefore this Council's responsibility to honor the wishes of the Palestinian people in this regard. This is also the most viable way to address many of the dimensions of the Palestinian question, including the unresolved refugee problem, which necessitates a continued mandate for UNRWA. Guyana takes this opportunity to reiterate its unwavering support for UNRWA and is deeply concerned about moves to designate it as a terrorist organization. We reject this move. Mr. President, in closing, Guyana is prepared to work with this Council to accomplish peace for Palestinians and Israelis. Contrary to the strategy embraced by some, peace cannot come from violence and war. Neither can security be spawned from insecurity. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Guyana for their important statement. I now give the floor to the representative of China.
谢谢主席。主席， 我感谢温尼斯兰德特别协调员的通报。加沙冲突爆发至今已近8个月，对平民的围困袭击仍在继续，前所未有的人道灾难还在加剧，加沙民众深陷绝望，形势早已岌岌可危。放任加沙战火继续燃烧，只会让人道灾难更加深重，只会让整个地区陷入更大的动荡。国际社会，特别是联合国安理会，必须采取进一步行动，推动立即停火，拯救生命，缓解加沙人道灾难。一段时间以来，国际社会高度关注拉法局势，反复呼吁立即停火。安理会多次就此展开讨论，明确释放不得进攻拉法的强烈信号。国际法院发布临时措施命令，要求以色列根据防止及惩治灭绝种族罪公约，立即停止对拉法的军事行动。尽管如此，以色列仍不顾国际社会的强烈反对，对加沙10多处难民营进行轰炸，导致大量无辜平民丧生。中方对此表示强烈谴责。中方支持阿尔及利亚昨天散发的决议草案。这项草案响应了国际社会的压倒性呼声，是当前安理会应该采取的最低限度的行动。我们希望所有成员国都能摆脱政治算计，把拯救生命摆在首位，支持安理会尽快通过这一决议。必须采取切实行动，缓解加沙人道灾难。在拉法口岸，一侧是2000多辆满载人道物资货车焦急等待准入，另一侧则是上百万民众在饥饿、伤痛、疾病和绝望中苦苦挣扎。救援看似近在咫尺，却由于人为障碍，实则遥不可及。中方坚决反对将人道问题政治化，反对将饥饿作为武器，反对将人道救援当作谈判筹码。以色列应切实履行占领方义务，立即开放全部陆路过境点，保障人道物资充足、快速准入，保障人道机构和人员安全，人员物资安全有序分发。联合国近东巴勒斯坦难民救济和工程处约旦河西岸设施屡遭袭击，必须对事件进行彻查和追责。解决中东问题的根本出路是落实两国方案。独立建国是巴勒斯坦人民的夙愿，他们遭受的历史不公不应再延续下去。中方呼吁加大国际和地区外交努力，重塑可信的多边进程，重振两国方案政治前景。中方倡议召开更大规模、更具权威、更有实效的国际和会，制定落实两国方案的时间表和路线图。我们支持巴勒斯坦早日成为联合国正式会员国。主席，中国阿拉伯国家合作论坛第10届部长级会议将于明天在北京举行。巴林、埃及、突尼斯、阿联酋4国领导人正在中国访问。中方将同来华访问和参会的阿拉伯国家领导人和外长，就巴勒斯坦问题继续深入探讨，发出中阿共同声音。目标就是要尽快结束加沙冲突，实现和平，同时推动国际社会 以更大的决心和更具体的行动落实两国方案，实现中东地区的长治久安。谢谢主席。
I thank the representative of China for their important statement. I now give the floor to the representative of the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank Special Coordinator Tor Wensland for his detailed briefing on the ongoing catastrophe in Gaza and alarming developments in the West Bank. Now the world is watching with grave concern the expanding ground operations in Rafah. Around 1 million Palestinian civilians in Rafah have been forcibly displaced once again. However, nowhere is safe in Gaza. Israel claims that the killing of dozens of civilians last weekend in tents in a so-called safe zone in western Rafah was a tragic mistake. But when such incidents are repeated again and again, and the children and the aid workers keep being killed, it would be difficult for anybody to regard them as just mistakes. We call on Israel to immediately halt its offensive in Rafah. The humanitarian situation in Gaza is even worsening than before, as the delivery of humanitarian aid throughout Gaza has been seriously hindered or nearly blocked. The Rafah crossing has been closed for almost a month, and the shooting incident that killed an Egyptian soldier on Monday shows tensions are growing, further destabilizing regional peace and security and crossing the red lines of neighboring countries. It is unfortunately innocent civilians that are dying from a lack of aid, as concerned countries are finger-pointing at each other regarding the malfunctioning of both the Rafah and Karam Shalom crossings. The maritime corridor had been providing a semblance of hope. We appreciate the efforts by relevant countries, including the US and Cyprus. However, it is regrettable that the maritime corridor had not achieved its goal yet due to an inability to distribute inside Gaza and damage of the pier by bad weather. It is also regrettable that the launching of the new mechanism under Resolution 2720 was obstructed before its full implementation by coinciding with the beginning of the Israeli ground operation into Rafah on May 7th. We recall that Israel made a set of commitments just 2 months ago, following the World Central Kitchen killings, to expand humanitarian aid through various means. We believe these commitments were made in good faith and are still valid, yet have seen no results to this end. Rather, we have witnessed a drastic decrease in the volume of humanitarian aid into Gaza since May 7th, at the very same time that famine is spreading throughout Gaza. As such, we urge Israel to immediately open all available crossings in cooperation with the relevant parties and to take all appropriate measures against looting and diversions. The situation in the West Bank is also extremely concerning. We are appalled that more than 500 Palestinians have been killed in the West Bank since October 7th. We are also alarmed by the provocative rhetoric by Israel's high-level officials calling for harsh punitive measures against the Palestinian Authority, including the approval of additional settlements in the West Bank. We urge Israel to immediately stop all illegal settlement activities. We also appeal for an end to inflammatory movements at holy sites in Jerusalem. Mr. President, the Republic of Korea takes serious note of the order issued by the ICJ on May 24th regarding South Africa's request for additional provisional measures in light of the situation in Rafah. We hope these efforts by the international community can contribute to the protection of Palestinians and an easing of the humanitarian calamity on the ground, as well as the execution of any necessary investigations. The Republic of Korea also reiterates its sincere hope that the diplomatic efforts by the US, Qatar, and Egypt can lead to fruitful outcomes. there is no time to waste. We once again call for an immediate ceasefire, the release of all remaining hostages, and an expansion of humanitarian aid throughout Gaza. We all have to keep in mind that an ongoing catastrophe in Gaza, triggered by Hamas terrorist attacks against Israel on October 7th, would make it impossible to resume any meaningful talks toward a two-state solution. And the failure to relaunch these negotiations would be a serious misfortune for the future of the region and beyond. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the Republic of Korea for their important statement. And I'll give the floor to the representative of the United Kingdom.
Thank you, President. And I thank Special Coordinator Wennesland for his briefing. First, the United Kingdom is appalled by the deeply distressing scenes emerging from Rafah following Israeli airstrikes over the weekend. As the Foreign Secretary has said, we call on Israel to launch a swift, comprehensive, and transparent investigation. The UK's position is very clear. We do not support a major military operation in Rafah without an acceptable plan to protect the hundreds of thousands of civilians who remain there. We have seen no such plan. Hundreds of thousands have already been displaced from Rafah, many for the second time, and to locations without suitable provision of shelter, food, water, and access to medical treatment. We strongly condemn Hamas's actions to put civilians at severe risk by using them as shields. We call on Israel to take care to limit operations to military targets and to minimize harm to civilians and civilian objects in line with international humanitarian law. Second, there is an urgent need to get more aid to the people of Gaza who are in such desperate need. Israel has made a number of commitments in recent weeks to increase the supply of aid, including a commitment to flood Gaza with aid. This included increasing the daily number of trucks of aid entering Gaza to 500, opening Ashdod port to humanitarian aid, and additional crossing points for aid in North Gaza. While we welcome progress towards these commitments, including the delivery from Ashdod port into Gaza of flour by WFP, overall progress has been too slow, and quantities of aid being delivered remain well below these levels. We welcome the agreement between Egypt and Israel to allow UN agencies to deliver aid, but operations in Rafah have increased the need for aid at a time when flows have been reduced by the closure of the Rafah crossing point and reduced deliveries of aid through Kerem Shalom. The humanitarian situation is now catastrophic. We call on Israel urgently to fulfill these commitments, to allow aid in quantity through all crossing points, including Rafah, and also to ensure an environment within Gaza that allows aid to reach those who so desperately need it. This includes an effective deconfliction system to allow humanitarian workers to distribute it safely and supporting the minimum operating requirements of the UN and its agencies. Finally, President, all of this could stop now if Hamas laid down their arms. They are causing this suffering to the Palestinian people. We call on Hamas to immediately release all of the hostages that have now been held for over 7 months. We urgently need to see a deal which stops the fighting, allows for unhindered access for life-saving aid into Gaza, and gets the hostages out. We must then work with our international partners to turn that pause into a sustainable, permanent ceasefire. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the United Kingdom for their important statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Algeria.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to thank Mr. Tor Wennesland for his insightful briefing. His remarks are a sobering reminder of the dire situation across the entire occupied Palestinian territories, including Gaza, including the West Bank, including Al-Quds al-Sharif. This grim reality reflects the brutal and senseless nature of the Israeli occupation. In recent months, this very council and the international community have focused predominantly on the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. However, it is crucial to remember that the original sin of this suffering is the ongoing occupation, the ongoing oppression. Addressing the symptoms without tackling the root cause, I mean the occupation of Palestinian land, will not lead to lasting peace. The suffering of the Palestinian people began with the occupation, and it will only end when the occupation is over. In this regard, the Security Council bears primary responsibilities and must fully implement its relevant resolutions. Resolution 2334, for instance, clearly states that settlements are illegal and constitute a flagrant violation of international law. Despite this, around 800,000 settlers currently reside illegally in the West Bank, making life a nightmare for Palestinians. The Israeli occupying authorities have just proposed building 10,000 new housing units, and they are allocating additional funds for this settlement without being sanctioned by the Security Council. Furthermore, the occupying power continues its policy of demolishing Palestinian houses and structures, with over 470 demolitions since January 1st, 2024. They persist in their effort to Judaize Al-Quds and its holy seat. We have recently witnessed assault by settlers on Al-Aqsa Mosque and on Sheikh Jarrah area. These actions risk exacerbating tensions and further escalating the situation. Mr. President, this dark reality in the West Bank and Al-Quds al-Sharif is compounded by the situation in Gaza. Needless to recall figures, the human cost is self-evident and appalling. These crimes speak for themselves. Haunting images from Gaza floats our screens all over the world, if they don't steer the spirit of humanity in all of us, then words will be useless. Mr. President, upon instruction of the President of the Republic, Mr. Abdelmajid Tebboune, Algeria, as a responsible member of the Security Council, and with the support of the Arab group, has decided to submit a draft resolution urging everyone in this council to shoulder its responsibilities. We hope that this concise draft resolution can gather the support of everyone in this council. We need a united council. We need a unified council. Because waiting for the occupying power to voluntarily abide by international law and Security Council resolution is pointless. The occupation authority have made it clear they will not comply with the orders of the International Court of Justice. Instead, they continue to cover up murders and commit what they say tragic mistakes. This very Security Council is responsible under Article 94/4 of the Charter to ensure the implementation of the decisions of the ICJ. We demand that the Council assume its legal responsibilities. Mr. President, the current policies of the occupying power aim to spoil Palestinian aspirations for statehood and self-determination. By depriving Palestinians of their lands, livelihoods, and means of resilience, life in Palestine is becoming unbearable. We are witnessing repeated attacks on UNRWA, an organization vital for aiding Palestinian refugees, I repeat, refugees, and affirming their right to return home. After failing recently to discredit the agency, the occupying authorities have proposed a bill to classify this agency, to classify UNRWA as a terrorist organization and effectively removing it from the occupied territories. We warn against this move and call on the Council to defend this crucial organization for the stability of the Middle East. Amidst the darkness, a glimmer of hope persists thanks to the growing international recognition of the Palestinian states. This recognition, along with Palestine's full membership to the United Nations, is essential for solidifying the right of the Palestinians to establish their independent state with Al-Quds Sharif as its capital, in the face of an occupying force determined to annihilate the Palestinian people. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Algeria for their important statement. I shall now make a statement in my capacity as representative of Mozambique. We wish to begin by extending our sincere gratitude to Mr. Tor Wennesland, UN Special Coordinator for the Middle East peace process, for his important and insightful briefing. We are deeply saddened by the unprecedented human tragedy that is unfolding in Gaza Strip, home to approximately 2 million residents. At the origin of the tragedy is the Israeli military offensive launched against Gaza, and in particular, at this moment, against the city of Rafah. Despite the chorus of international warnings about the potential for mass casualties in an area where displaced civilians have sought shelter, the military offensive has proceeded, exacerbating what is already a catastrophic humanitarian situation. On May 26, Israel carried out a strike on a camp for displaced people in Rafah. According to Gaza authorities, this attack resulted in the death of dozens of civilian Palestinians, with many more injured, mostly women and children. The resulting global outrage and indignation from all over the world further enhances Israel's international isolation. We have just concluded in the Council a momentous week devoted to the topic of the protection of civilians. The entire global community warned against the danger of normalizing the attacks on civilians and humanitarian workers. We, on our side, strongly oppose and condemn that trend, and in particular, the ongoing Israeli military operation in Rafah. In that connection, we echo the calls for a global and concerted action for the end of Israel's military operation in Rafah, which is causing untold human suffering of the Palestinian people. These horrendous acts are perpetrated in a blatant violation of all humanitarian norms, against all laws of war and all moral standards. They constitute clearly a grave violation of international law, including international humanitarian law and international human rights law against the Palestinian people. This Security Council has the responsibility to collectively take effective measures in order to stop the operation in Rafah and bring to an end the daily systematic killing of the innocent civilian population in Gaza. We emphasize the binding nature of the resolutions adopted by this Council. In particular, Resolution 2712, 2720, and 2728. These Security Council resolutions are compounded by the orders enacted by International Law Court of Justice in January, March, and May of this year. The decisions of these two United Nations bodies, that's to say, the Security Council and the International Court of Justice, are the solid basis for our collective action. We take this opportunity to call for the immediate implementation of Resolution 2730 we have just adopted regarding the protection of humanitarian and United Nations personnel and their facilities and assets, including here UNRWA, the backbone agency of humanitarian assistance to the Palestinian refugees. We express our total condemnation of the crimes that were discovered in the mass graves in the hospitals of Nasser and Al-Shifa in Gaza. We reiterate the urgent need for a credible, independent, impartial investigation to lift the veil that covers the truth about this monstrous crime. We need to abide by the imperative of accountability so that the perpetrators of these heinous crimes are brought to justice. I thank you. I resume my function as President of the Security Council. I now give the floor to the representative of the observer state of Palestine.
Thank you, Mr. President. If the Israeli assault stopped today and we decided to hold a funeral every single day for each Palestinian killed in the last 8 months, it would take us 100 years to honor them all. This Council adopted only a week ago a resolution on the protection of UN and humanitarian personnel. It would take us, if we held a funeral a day for these humanitarian personnel, over a year to honor them all. There's barely anything left in Gaza. Israel has destroyed everything. But there is everything left still in Gaza. 2.3 million people who have been in a constant battle with death for the last 8 months. They are victims. They are heroes because they refuse to surrender to death. But they are victims who deserve to be helped as victims, not only admired as heroes. 8 months later, we are yet to tell them that help is on the way. You cannot unhear the screams of a mother who did everything in her power to save her children and failed. Parents who, having lost a child, have to carry the others to safety, not having the time to mourn and finding safety nowhere. Orphans taken care of by the next closest relative until none of them is left. Families wandering the streets, traumatized, aching, desperate, coming from nowhere, heading to nowhere. They are in a no-life's land, trying to get to tomorrow, where it all starts all over again. There are people starving, only a few feet away from aid, and yet unable to reach it. Despite several binding orders by the International Court of Justice in the case of genocide brought forward by South Africa, Israel has made sure that famine sets in, obstructing aid and allowing its destruction by its extremists and settlers, instead of halting immediately its offensive on Rafah, as ordered by the world's highest court. It has bombed people it had displaced while they were sheltering in tents. The whole world sees that there is no safe zone in Gaza. The world saw Palestinian families, children burnt alive. It is unbearable to see a loved one killed before your eyes. But imagine the pain to see them burnt alive, screaming in agony, to hold a beheaded child in your arms, or pull from this hell their charred corpse. The whole world warned of what an Israeli offensive in Rafah would mean and opposed such an offensive. And yet Israel proceeded with the consequences that you all foresaw: unbearable human suffering. Israel wants Palestinians to understand that if they remain in Gaza, that is their fate, death or displacement. Maybe I should say death and displacement, displacement and death. When will it be enough? What other level of cruelty must be reached before this assault is finally brought to an end? There is no red line imposed by legality, rationality, humanity that Israel has not crossed. It is now crossing the red line set by the entire world on Rafah, and it is the duty of this Council to uphold that red line. Human lives are at stake. To uphold that red line and to take decisive action to force Israel to halt its military offensive and to withdraw its occupation forces and to ensure an immediate ceasefire. The adoption of the draft resolution put forward by Algeria yesterday would be an important step in that direction. Mr. President, the whole world sees the targeting of civilians and indiscriminate attacks against them, the use of starvation as a method of war, the summary executions in the streets, including of people blindfolded and handcuffed. They saw hospitals turned into graveyards, the mass graves. But somehow one should trust Israel when it says it is investigating the conduct of the self-proclaimed, and I quote, most moral army in the world, end quotes. An army committing war crimes on a daily basis. Anyone interested in the truth or in accountability should not be interested in Israel's sham investigations. Israeli investigators and Israeli courts are designed to perpetuate and enable the occupation and its crimes and exactions against the occupied people that Israel as occupying power should be protecting. These are its targets, the people that it should be protecting as an occupying power. They are not designed to achieve accountability. That is why Israel rejects international investigations and fears them. If after bombing 3 different cars of a humanitarian convoy by the world-renowned World Central Kitchen, who had given their coordinates, killing 7 international aid workers, Israel reprimanded and dismissed a couple of officers. That is the measures it has taken. Reprimand and dismiss for the killing and targeting of humanitarian personnel. What chance do Palestinians stand to see one day accountability based on Israeli investigation and decisions? What hope is there for justice? Mr. President, Israel can kill any Palestinian and call them either terrorists or human shields to justify their murder. It uses both terms extremely loosely, so they can cover anyone and everyone. Israel has called any form of opposition to its occupation and its oppression of the Palestinian people terrorism, including defense of human rights, diplomatic action, approaches to judicial institutions to examine its actions. All legal actions have been characterized by Israel as terrorism. Similarly, it considers that it can bomb entire neighborhoods using indiscriminate and massive bombardments and simply say about the thousands of Palestinians it has killed, unfortunately, they were human shields. You have experienced yourselves as council members how loosely Israel uses these terms. As the Israeli representative accused member of the council, the entire UN membership, the Secretary General, the prosecutor of the ICC, of being anti-Semites, supporters of terrorism, collaborators of Nazism, in his usual measured and responsible way. But the difference is that Israel does not decide whether you live or die, but it decides the fate of every Palestinian. You have learned to live with Israel's irrational and racist behavior, but we die because of it. The incitement by the Israeli representatives against the UN has real-life consequences, cannot be tolerated any longer. They signal to their soldiers, to their extremists, that the UN is an enemy and a legitimate target. This explains why this is the deadliest conflict for UN personnel, why they can be arrested and tortured, why the UNRWA headquarters in Jerusalem could be attacked and set ablaze, because of that incitement. Mr. President, what is the most outrageous is that Israel is outraged by the very actions it undertakes as long as it is not the one undertaking them. When it undertakes them, they become justified and defensible. Israel can come here and explain how horrifying it is to see civilians killed in indiscriminate attacks or in the safety of their homes, while obliterating entire Palestinian families at a time. It can come to explain the fear that Israelis feel as they have to shelter when hearing sirens, while it conducts massive bombardments against a Palestinian population that has nowhere to shelter, that doesn't have the energy to fear anymore. It will come to demand action for those held in captivity for the last 7 months, while it has held Palestinians in captivity one generation after another for the last 7 decades. And while there is evidence of it abducting thousands in the last 7 months alone, killing several Palestinians while in detention, and imposing such abuse and ill treatment on others that they had to suffer amputations. It will say how despicable it is to use people as human shields, while it has a long record of using Palestinians as human shields during its military incursions and operations in occupied territory, sometimes placing them in front of its military jeeps while it is making its incursions into our cities and refugee camps. I have heard the Israeli representative here in New York saying that detaining bodies was barbaric, as it deprived the families from the ability to mourn and offer dignified burial to their loved ones. Israel has detained the bodies of hundreds of Palestinians it has killed, sometimes for over 3 decades, 3 decades without being able to bury our loved ones, detained by Israel in graves with numbers instead of their names, so we could not recognize where they are buried. But that is human when Israel does it, not barbaric. Israel accuses many of seeking its destruction, says that all its actions are justified by this existential threat it faces, while it actively and openly pursues the destruction of our country and our people. It expresses outrage at the slogan, "Palestine will be free from the river to the sea," and says that this is a genocidal call, while its own prime minister not only has repeatedly used the phrase "Israel from the river to the sea," but held a map at the General Assembly podium where Israel was from the river to the sea and Palestine had disappeared altogether. And he is acting accordingly on the ground, including by committing a genocide in Gaza and pursuing colonization of the West Bank, including East Jerusalem. It's not words, it's actions. It wants occupation and violent oppression for Palestinians and peace and security for itself. It does not understand what is the big deal, why the world fails to support it in achieving this absurd goal. Occupation, oppression for Palestinians, peace and security for Israel. Why not? Certainly, Israel explains the lack of support by anti-Semitism, not because what Israel wants is illegal, immoral, goes against every fiber of human decency you can have in your body. Never mind that experience has proven it is impossible to achieve. It keeps invoking the Holocaust and its 6 million victims to justify its crimes, forgetting that the greatest lesson of the Holocaust is that war crimes, crimes against humanity and genocide can never be justified, never, and must always be combated, regardless of the identity of the victims and the identity of the perpetrators. No civilian should be harmed, regardless of their nationality, their origin, their religion, their race, they're all irrelevant. They should be protected. So, given Israel's mindset, it is logical that this Israeli government would interpret the recognition of the state of Palestine by Spain, Ireland, and Norway as somehow an attack against Israel. Never mind the fact that these countries have recognized Israel decades ago without asking for anyone's approval. That was not unilateral when they recognized Israel. It becomes a unilateral move when they recognize the state of Palestine. Never mind that they advocate a two-state solution, where Palestine lives side by side with Israel, where Palestinians and Israelis live in peace and security. Never mind that these countries have all a strong record in their support for international law and just peace. Never mind that the Palestinian people have a right to self-determination, including to the independence of their state, and that Israel cannot be allowed to have a veto right over these rights for the Palestinian people. How did Israel respond? By promising more criminality. More criminality, colonization, breaching the historic status quo at Al-Haram al-Sharif, stealing our money. A state that behaves that manner. It's because they've been above the law for so long that they have no problem acting as an outlaw state. We thank the three countries for their important decision in support of freedom and peace, as we thank Barbados, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago, and Bahamas, and all the countries that made a similar choice over the years, and call on all the countries that have yet to recognize the state of Palestine to do so as an investment in freedom and an investment in peace in these tragic times. We also thank all the countries which supported the membership of the state of Palestine in the UN. That day is coming, where we will be members in the United Nations and free. How is it possible that Israel cannot see how absurd its position is, how evident its selective outrage is? Because it considers us subhumans. Or let me use the words of the Israeli leaders, human animals. Ethnic cleansing, apartheid, genocide across history have always been made possible by dehumanizing a nation. And that is what is happening here. They have been dehumanizing us for so long that they don't understand your indignation when Palestinians are killed. They don't understand what's the issue. Why are they being brought here to discuss that matter? They do not understand how anyone can, despite the historical record, speak of historical injustice against the Palestinian when speaking of our fate. Why anyone would decide to recognize our existence as a people, our rights as a nation, and our state. They do not understand how anyone can dare equate between their civilians and our civilians. Because our civilians are less civilians than their civilians. We are lesser human beings. That is the equivalence they truly reject when they speak of the ICC. That is the equivalence that annoys them, that Palestinian victims could be considered victims, forgetting that the court's responsibility is towards the victims, not the perpetrators. They want for Palestinian victims to be left with no protection, and for Israeli perpetrators to continue being shielded. And that is unacceptable, and everyone should say so. Israel trusts that it will get away with its crimes. Why? Because of 75 years of experiencing full-fledged impunity. Any statement that reinforces that feeling of somehow being a state above the law, being entitled to an exceptional status, will only encourage Israel to continue acting as an outlaw state. This must be a time for accountability. If after Gaza there is no accountability, if after a genocide we don't have accountability, when will we have it? And does anyone believe that if Israel's impunity is preserved, they will change course? They will wake up one day and say, yes, we want to have peace with the Palestinians. That is the reasonable choice to make. That's not how it will happen. Each and every state can make the colonial occupation costly and thus contribute to bringing it to an end. Tomorrow's freedom and peace will be made possible by the decisions you take today. Allow us to tell our people who are suffering unbearable pain that help is on the way, and that this nightmare, this hell on earth will end, and that this solidarity they see in every corner of the globe will translate into resolute action to stop this genocide, achieve freedom, and advance peace. There is no objective more worthy, there is no time more pressing, there is no greater responsibility. Finally, Palestinians should no longer have to die and suffer to remain on their land. Life in freedom and dignity in our homeland. That is our simple dream that must prevail over the nightmare imposed on our people for so long.
I thank the representative of the observer state of Palestine for their statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Israel.
Thank you, Mr. President. This Council has now convened for the umpteenth time to discuss the just and moral war Israel is fighting against the bloodthirsty, genocidal terror organization of Hamas. Yet again, just as has been the case for the past nearly 8 months, the Council still refrains from convening on Hamas and laying the blame where it belongs, on the shoulders of terrorists. This war began with Hamas carrying out the most heinous atrocities wrought upon Israelis in history, and it continues because the very same terrorists are still holding 125 innocent hostages in Gaza, while continuing to fire rockets on Israel's towns and cities, even from with designated humanitarian areas in the south of Gaza. Hamas has sworn to commit the horrors of October 7th again and again, until Israel is annihilated, and we are fighting this war to ensure that these atrocities can never be repeated. This war against terror is not just Israel's right as a sovereign nation, but our obligation and duty. Each and every member of this Council will do the same, because this is what countries do to protect their futures. But instead of focusing on the facts, the Council prefers to do anything it can to end this war, even if that means endangering Israel's security. Israel has been very clear from the outset. This war can end today without one more shot being fired. All that is required is for Hamas to release the hostages and put down their arms. These are our conditions, and we're not asking for anything more. But the reality is that Hamas refuses these terms. Hamas chooses to hold innocents hostage. Hamas chooses to continue firing rockets. Hamas chooses to exploit the civilians of Gaza as human shields. The terrorists chose to terrorize, and as a result, they must be held fully accountable. Yet sadly, the Council chooses to place the blame where it does not belong. Instead of echoing Israel's demands and holding the terrorists responsible, this Council chooses to convene almost weekly, even bi-weekly at this point, to hold Israel accountable for a war we did not choose or want. Such behavior is perhaps not surprising for an organization that eulogizes mass murderers. That the General Assembly will convene tomorrow to lament the death of a dictator that butchered his own citizens speaks volumes. Colleagues, if Hamas refuses to release our hostages and surrender, then we have only one option: to bring the hostages home ourselves and eliminate Hamas's terrorist capabilities. And this is what we have to continue to do. There are still 4 Hamas battalions in Rafah, and many of our hostages are being held there. Hundreds of terror shafts to tunnels have been discovered, while tens of Hamas terrorists have been eliminated. And I wish to also point out that Israel recently returned the bodies of murdered hostages to their families, bodies found in an UNRWA facility in Gaza. In order to accomplish our mission, we have no choice but to root out the terrorists in southern Gaza. This is why we conducted the precise strike on Sunday, targeting and eliminating 2 senior Hamas terror officials with the blood of many on their hands, Israelis and others. Israel's war is only against Hamas and terror organizations, not the people of Gaza. And every strike or advance is carried out after extensive verification to mitigate any civilian casualties. The strike on Sunday took place nearly 2 kilometers from the designated humanitarian zone, and the loss of civilian lives followed the strike is being thoroughly investigated. Preliminary findings indicate the fire broke out due to secondary explosions from terror munitions stored near the civilians. Where are the condemnations of Hamas for using Gazans as human shields and civilian sites as weapon depots? The loss of life on Sunday is a tragedy, but it is Hamas who must be held accountable. The Council must face the facts on the ground without being influenced by the half-truths and falsehoods portrayed in the media and through biased reports. There is a concerted effort to rewrite the truth and falsely paint Israel as the root of all evil, and this cannot be tolerated. South Africa failed yet again in its cynical attempts to exploit the ICJ in order to undermine Israel's inherent right and obligation to defend its citizens from the ongoing Hamas attacks and to secure the release of hostages still being held in Gaza in brutal captivity. The charges leveled at Israel are false and morally repugnant. Israel is fighting a defensive and just war, and every action taken is consistent with moral values and is in compliance with international law. Israel has not and will not conduct military actions in the Rafah area which may inflict on the Palestinian civilian population in Gaza conditions of life that could bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. This is our moral code, and these are the facts. Colleagues, I will reiterate, Israel is fighting a war against Hamas and not the civilians of Gaza. This is why Israel is committed to facilitating the entry of humanitarian aid into Gaza from every possible point of entry. Despite Hamas rocket fire on the Kerem Shalom crossing, it is fully functional and aid trucks are entering. Israel is fully committed to ensuring the entry of as much aid as possible. Mr. President, it is imperative that the Council upholds its mandate. Stop accepting the lies of terrorists as facts. Stop emboldening those that seek Israel's annihilation. Stop parroting politically charged falsehoods designated to bash Israel. There is only one way for this conflict to be resolved, and standing blindly with one side while demonizing the other is not how to advance a solution, and is surely not conducive to bilaterally recognize a Palestinian state following the most brutal massacre of Jews since the Holocaust. Such steps only serve to reward terrorism and embolden the Palestinians, that solutions can be found with no negotiations and zero concessions. This is not the road to peace. It is the road to further terror, bloodshed, and destruction. Israel is fighting not only on behalf of our hostages, not only on behalf of our security, but on behalf of all civilization. Stop taking the side of terrorism. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Israel for their statement. I now give the floor to the representative of South Africa.
Mr. President, South Africa wishes to thank you and members of the Security Council for giving us an opportunity to address the Council at this meeting today. We also thank Special Coordinator Tor Venesland for his briefing. The Security Council is convening yet again to discuss the perilous situation in the Middle East. We can remind the members of the Security Council that the situation in Palestine and Israel has been on its agenda for almost as long as this organization is in existence. We can remind Council members of their charter-mandated role to maintain international peace and security. We can remind Council members that a failure to decisively act to contribute to preventing and stopping wars will result in more people dying, being injured, and living in intolerable conditions. Mr. President, how many times does the Council have to be reminded of these matters before it can meaningfully act to make a call that it is duty-bound to make, a call for a ceasefire? That is what the majority of members of the United Nations and thousands of people all across the world have been demanding for months. A call for a ceasefire so that we can halt the senseless killing of thousands of civilians, including innocent children, women, and men. The response from this Council to this call has not been entirely forthcoming. The legally binding resolution calling for a short-lived ceasefire in Ramadan was ignored, and the Council has not acted accordingly. Mr. President, in December 2023, noting its obligations as a state party to the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, South Africa approached the International Court of Justice seeking an order to prevent Israel from committing genocide against Palestinian people. As Israel continued to defy the court's orders, including with its latest Rafah offensive, South Africa went back to the court seeking additional provisional measures to prevent Israel's persistent acts of genocide against the Palestinian people in Gaza. And contrary to what we've just heard from the representative of Israel, in its decisions, the court has asserted that the Palestinians have a legal right to protection against genocide, and that South Africa had shown that there was a real and imminent risk to the irreparable violation of that right. The ICJ's orders make it clear that there is a serious risk of genocide against the Palestinian people in Gaza. Third states must therefore also act independently and immediately to prevent genocide by Israel and to ensure that they are not themselves in violation of the Genocide Convention, including by aiding or assisting in the commission of genocide. This necessarily imposing an obligation on all states to cease funding and facilitating Israel's military actions, which are plausibly genocidal. We regret that since the provisional measures were issued by the court, including its latest decision on 10 May 2024, where it ordered Israel to halt any other actions in Rafah, which may inflict on the Palestinian group in Gaza the conditions of life that could bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. Palestinians continue to suffer immeasurably under the occupying power's intensified military operations. The events of the past 7 months in Gaza have illustrated that Israel's actions are plausibly genocidal and are contrary to its international law obligations, including those in terms of the Genocide Convention. Mr. President, today, in a letter addressed to you, which we request you to circulate to the members of the Security Council, South Africa has provided the Council with a public dossier of evidence relating to the state of Israel's intent and incitement to commit genocide against the Palestinians in Gaza. We remind members of the Council that Article 94.2 of the UN Charter states that if any party to a case fails to perform the obligations incumbent upon it under a judgment rendered by the ICJ, the other party may have recourse to the Security Council, which may, if it deems necessary, make recommendations or decide upon measures to be taken to give effect to the judgment. South Africa therefore requests the Security Council to give effect to the court's judgments in the case of South Africa versus Israel. We keep saying it, and we reiterate it today, that the international community cannot proclaim the importance of international law and the importance of the UN Charter in some situations and not in others, as if the rule of law applies to a select few. For international law to be credible, it should be uniformly applied and not selective. Mr. President, the global governance system that was created for states to voluntarily join and commit to working collectively to address global challenges requires us to accept that no one is beyond reproach. No one state is more equal to another. No one state can be allowed to breach international law and at the same time call on others to abide by it. As you approach the Summit of the Future and consider the future of this organization and the challenges facing multilateralism as a whole, let us accept that when we sign on and accept to be part of the United Nations, we accept to be bound by its rules. This should especially be noted by those that seek leadership positions with this organization. I thank you.
I thank the representative of South Africa for their statement. I now give the floor to the representative of the United Arab Emirates.
السيد الرئيس، يطيب لي أن أقدم هذا البيان نيابة عن المجموعة العربية، وأود أن أشكر المنسق الخاص السيد تور وينسلاند على إحاطته التي سلطت الضوء على الأوضاع الكارثية الناجمة عن حرب إسرائيل على قطاع غزة. إن ما شاهدناه من هجمات على مخيمات النازحين في رفح منذ مطلع هذا الأسبوع يفوق الوصف، ويقتضي إدانة واضحة من المجتمع الدولي بأكمله. فالمجزرة الشنيعة التي ارتكبتها قوات الاحتلال الإسرائيلي يوم الأحد الماضي بحق مئات المدنيين وهم نائمون في خيامهم، وتضاف إليها مجزرة المواصي يوم أمس، ليست إلا حلقات جديدة في سلسلة جرائم الحرب الممنهجة ضد الشعب الفلسطيني. السيد الرئيس، لا توجد كلمات تعبر عن فظاعة موت الأطفال حرقاً بالنيران، أو عبارات تصف رعب أم تحتضن أشلاء رضيعها المحترقة، أو لغة تعبر عن صرخات الألم لشيخ مقعد يلفظ أنفاسه الأخيرة وسط الخيام المشتعلة. لقد جاءت هذه الغارات الدموية بعد أقل من يومين على إصدار محكمة العدل الدولية تدابير مؤقتة جديدة تطالب إسرائيل بالوقف الفوري لعملياتها العسكرية في رفح، وبعد أن نزح خلال الأسبوعين الماضيين أكثر من 900 ألف فلسطيني، أي ما يفوق 60% من النازحين في رفح، بسبب تصعيد إسرائيل عدوانها على المحافظة، ليضطر العديد منهم للنزوح مجدداً بحثاً عن الأمان من هذه الحرب. إلا أنه وبعد ما يقارب 8 أشهر من القصف والقتل والتنكيل والتشريد، لم يعد هناك مكان آمن أو صالح للعيش في غزة، فكل ما كان يطلق عليه منطقة آمنة تم استهدافه، وكل ما هو محمي بموجب القانون الإنساني الدولي تم انتهاكه. إن مأساة النزوح المتكرر ما هي إلا وجه من أوجه المعاناة التي يكابدها هؤلاء النازحون الذين يعانون من غياب شبه تام للمياه والمواد الغذائية والصحية، خاصة مع إغلاق إسرائيل معبر رفح وعدم سماحها بدخول المساعدات الإنسانية في الوقت الذي يعاني فيه قطاع غزة من المجاعة. لقد تجاوزت إسرائيل بإصرار وتعنت كل الخطوط الحمراء، وباتت تتحدى بوضوح لا لبس فيه القانون الدولي وقرارات هذا المجلس، تماماً كما تجاهلت التدابير المؤقتة الصادرة عن محكمة العدل الدولية 3 مرات. إن أنظار العالم اليوم لا تتجه إلى رفح فحسب، بل أيضاً إلى هذا المجلس المسؤول عن صون السلم والأمن الدوليين، فمثل هذا المستوى من الإجرام يتطلب من مجلس الأمن رداً حازماً وواضحاً. فحين تأسست الأمم المتحدة على أنقاض حربين عالميتين مدمرتين، تعهدت الدول الأعضاء بأن تنقذ الأجيال المقبلة من ويلات الحرب، ومجلسكم الموقر تقع على عاتقه المسؤولية الرئيسية لتحقيق ذلك. فأين أهل غزة من هذا العهد؟ إن ما يحدث في القطاع يجسد دون شك المعنى الحقيقي لويلات الحرب وما تسببه من فظائع للأبرياء. إن المجموعة العربية تدعو هذا المجلس إلى الانخراط بشكل إيجابي وبناء في المفاوضات المتعلقة بمشروع القرار الذي طرحته دولة الجزائر يوم أمس، ويهدف لوقف الهجوم العسكري الإسرائيلي على رفح، ويطالب بوقف فوري لإطلاق النار. ونؤكد على ضرورة اعتماد هذا القرار بعد أن تأخر مجلس الأمن كثيراً في اتخاذ مثل هذه الخطوة الضرورية. فقد بات ملحاً إنهاء هذه الحرب التي وصفتها الأمم المتحدة بأنها حرب ضد الأطفال، وشهدنا خلالها تكرار المجازر التي طالت المستشفيات ونقاط توزيع المساعدات والأطفال وغيرهم من الأبرياء. كما شهدنا قتل إسرائيل للعاملين في المجال الإنساني والطبي والإعلامي، بالإضافة إلى المسنين والنساء والأطفال. وطال القصف أيضاً المراكز الصحية والمدارس والمخيمات والمخابز والمساجد والكنائس والجامعات ومنشآت الأمم المتحدة. ونذكر هنا أن استهداف المدنيين يشكل جريمة حرب يجب محاسبة مرتكبيها أمام القانون. لقد باتت الازدواجية في المعايير واضحة كعين الشمس، وتداعياتها لن تقتصر على زعزعة الاستقرار في منطقتنا فحسب، بل في العالم أجمع. وعليه تؤكد المجموعة العربية ضرورة تطبيق القانون الدولي، بما في ذلك القانون الدولي الإنساني، بشكل موحد ومتساوي ودون استثناء أو تمييز. لا ينبغي أن يكون تنفيذ قرارات مجلس الأمن انتقائياً أو قائماً على الكيل بمكيالين. إن إسرائيل شأنها شأن أي دولة أخرى، مطالبة باحترام التزاماتها وفقاً لهذه الأطر الدولية ووقف ممارساتها غير الشرعية. ويجب أن يشمل هذا الضفة الغربية أيضاً، حيث تتصاعد التوترات لمستويات خطيرة مع تسارع وتيرة الاستيطان ومصادرة الأراضي والمداهمات شبه اليومية للمدن والمخيمات الفلسطينية، فضلاً عن الاقتحامات المستمرة من قبل المتطرفين الإسرائيليين للمسجد الأقصى المبارك تحت حماية شرطة الاحتلال الإسرائيلي وإعاقة دخول المصلين إليه، والذي يمثل خرقاً فاضحاً للقانون الدولي وللوضع التاريخي والقانوني القائم في القدس ومقدساتها. إن القمع الذي يمارس ضد الفلسطينيين لا حدود له، مما ينذر بتفجير الأوضاع في المنطقة في أي لحظة على نحو قد يصعب احتوائه. وختاماً، تجدد المجموعة العربية مطالبتها لهذا المجلس باتخاذ خطوات حاسمة لإنهاء الحرب على غزة، وضمان دخول المساعدات الإنسانية بشكل عاجل ودون عوائق لإنقاذ ما يمكن إنقاذه. وتؤكد المجموعة على ضرورة التحرك الفوري قبل فوات الأوان، حيث نقدر في هذا السياق الجهود الحثيثة التي تبذلها جمهورية مصر العربية ودولة قطر من أجل التوصل إلى اتفاق لوقف إطلاق النار وتخفيف المعاناة في غزة. إن هذا المنعطف الخطير من تاريخ الصراع يحتم على مجلس الأمن والمجتمع الدولي بذل كل الجهود الممكنة لإنقاذ حل الدولتين وإنهاء الاحتلال ووقف العنف وإحلال الأمن والاستقرار في المنطقة، واستقلال دولة فلسطين على حدود عام 1967 وفقاً لقرارات الأمم المتحدة ذات الصلة والقانون الدولي وميثاق الأمم المتحدة. كما أن تحقيق السلام العادل والدائم يتطلب دعماً قوياً للعضوية الكاملة لدولة فلسطين في الأمم المتحدة، فضلاً عن الاعتراف بالدولة الفلسطينية، مثلما أقدمت على ذلك مؤخراً العديد من الدول التي نثمن عالياً وقوفها إلى جانب الحقوق المشروعة للشعب الفلسطيني الشقيق. وشكراً السيد الرئيس.
I thank the representative of the United Arab Emirates for their statement. There are no speakers, so this meeting is adjourned.
by the Israeli prime ministers and others in his government on that principle. Well, I mean, we will have to move on it anyway, and the UN do not see a way around that one for a lasting peace to take place. And I just want to recommit and reconfirm that. And I would like to add, I haven't seen the Security Council as pronounced on this matter as they've been since the last year.
Thank you. Nabil? Mr. Wennesland, there are some talks about, I don't know, different ideas about an international presence or deployment in Gaza. Do you see that, first of all, are you engaged in these talks? And what kind of presence do you think would be good to stabilize or to help stabilizing Gaza? Is ANSO a good entity, for example, to be deployed in Gaza, or what would be the UN role in this matter? Thank you.
Listen, the collapse and attacks on the UN facilities at Rafah this morning is just underlining how the breakdown of law and order looks like. So that is one aspect of what we need to deal with the day after. The second aspect of what we need to deal with the day after is what you are alluding to, namely how can we have a security for Israel and the Palestinians living in Gaza along the border with Gaza. Both these things need to be somehow put into the package of what we do with the day after when this comes to an end. I think it's very premature to kind of go for a particular solution and option on it, but I think actually the definition on what we need to address is becoming by far more clear. But who will address it, what system we put it in, what would be the framework of that is not clear yet.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
remain deployed at voting stations as well as through normal patrols to ensure the safety of the voters. The Commission is pleased with the high turnout at many voting stations across the country and wishes to thank voters who have exercised patience in the queues while waiting for an opportunity to vote. Is the police patrols to ensure the safety of voters. Voting has been completed at all correctional facilities across the country. We remain grateful to the Department of Correctional Services for its ongoing assistance in ensuring that inmates exercise their democratic rights. Once the counting processes have been concluded, the Commission will start a process to remove all voting materials, which is ballot boxes, as well as other bulk material, back to the storage facilities. Of course, the process will be handled with utmost care. However, should members of the public spot electoral material that has been used, they are urged not to touch, but to report the matter to the Commission and or the police. The Department of Home Affairs will remain open until 2100 to assist voters who still want to collect their identity documents. As I indicated, in order to improve the quality of the counting and the completion of the result slips, the Commission has instituted a new category of electoral staff who will support the presiding officer with the counting effort. The recruitment criteria for this staff was slightly different from the rest of the staff, as high levels of numeracy were mandatory. 3 such staff are being appointed for each voting station and each substation where we operate a voting center. And as I indicated, this staff has been called to voting station earlier than anticipated in order to augment the capacity where we are experiencing long queues. The Commission now wishes to share with the public the counting process that will unfold as soon as voting station closes. First and foremost, ballots are counted at the voting station where they are cast. So there is no transportation of cast ballots from one point to the other. Party agents and independent candidates, agents and observers will monitor the entire counting process as well as the results compilation. Sealed ballot boxes will be opened and emptied in front of everybody at the voting station. And each ballot is then unfolded face down and checked for the Electoral Commission's security stamp. Stamped ballots are considered to be valid because you want to protect against a situation where ballots were brought from the exterior without validation by the officials of the Commission. All valid ballot papers are grouped according to their colors, representing the different tiers of the election. The ballots will then be sorted into piles according to votes for each party or candidate. And then they'll be packed into bundles of 100 until a count is confirmed in respect of a party or a candidate. Then result slips are completed by the presiding officer and party agents, as well as party agents for, obviously, party agents representing political parties and agents representing independents will be expected to countersign the result slip to confirm the correctness of the count attributed to their party or to their candidate. The other electoral stakeholders, such as observers, are also allowed to observe the counting process. According to the Electoral Act, the Commission has 7 days within which to announce the results. In the past, we've been able to declare and announce the results well within this period. And even on this occasion, we'll endeavor to achieve the same. We wish to thank the key role players in this election, political parties, independent representatives in the Political Liaison Committee, as well as the ESCOM for keeping the lights on. We wish to thank the media for really taking out the message out there to members of the public. So we continuously engage in the unfolding electoral process and to deal with issues that may still arise from the operations at the 23,000 voting stations. The Commission wishes to thank voters who have already responded to the call to vote and appeals to all those remaining to make their way to voting stations before 2100. And for those who are in the queues, we assure them that their turn will come and we will not close the stations before they cast their vote, and thus we call for their patience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Simon Mabolo, Chief Electoral Officer of the Electoral Commission. I'm going to open the floor for questions. I've got also the online platform monitored by Peladi. We'll also take questions from there. I'm going to go this way. This first block, second, third. 2 hours to go, ne? So we're not camping here. I'm going to start with you, Busi, this side, and then we go that way.
Yes, good evening. Thank you, Busi Chimambe from the SABC. I wanted to find out how prevalent were the difficulties experienced with the voter management devices at the different voting stations. What was the impact of some of those difficulties, and how do you intend to mitigate them?
It's Natasha Puri here again from SABC News. I know the IEC has clarified the issue of, overriding the 2 transactions, but there's a case here. Somebody just sent something saying that they were approved for Section 24A vote at another voting or province, but when that person went to that voting station, they were told that they should actually go vote in Johannesburg. So can I just have clarity on that? Have there been any problems in regards to the Section 24A vote? Thanks.
Thank you very much. I also just want to ask if the IEC is aware of cases related to Section 24A, farm workers who have not been able to vote because of lack of possibilities to move in between voting stations for reasons that I already stated. We heard about cases in Zanin and grandmothers also in some places that could not migrate to a voting station because of Section 24 misunderstandings and some of the officials not even knowing about Section 24. So there's a lot of issues around Section 24. Just to ask the IEC once more if there's any remedy that is possible for precarious voters of that nature.
Please introduce yourself and the media house. It makes it easier for the panel. Thank you. We come to this block, please. Those who've got microphones, please follow me.
got the microphone,
I'm avoiding
yes.
a situation whereby we're all raising hands, others are going to struggle.
I already have the microphone, yes, it's
Where are you?
right in front of you.
Okay. All right, let's proceed.
Sibusisonga Loa from EWN. CEO, I'm sure by now you've done some kind of a preliminary investigation as to why the digital machines or the scanners failed in the manner in which they did. Are you able to tell us what your understanding is that would have caused this? And secondly, we've seen a lot of snaking queues, and that suggests to some people that it could be as a result of a higher voter turnout. But then the cynical view is that it's because of the delays and the technical glitches you have experienced. I know you can't give a definite answer, but are you able to give us an indication in terms of what you are anticipating, given the fact that we're now 2 hours away from closing the stations, in terms of voter turnout, what you anticipate? Thanks.
Okay. May I please request that no, don't move that mic, please. Thank you. I want us to start from the front, go that way, so that we just do it rapidly. Okay, proceed.
Thank you, Kate. Rebecca Davis, Daily Maverick. Some voters reported their ballots were placed in 3 separate boxes, and others that all ballots went into 1 box. Does this matter? Secondly, there were reports of some voters' rolls not being in alphabetical order, which seems to have significantly delayed things. Are they supposed to be in alphabetical order? And lastly, at a voting station in Kraaifontein, voters have just been told by the IEC officials that it's not enough to be in the queue at 9 p.m. They have to be on the voting property in order to be eligible to vote from 9 p.m. Can you just clarify that? Thank you.
I'm Itumele Mafisa from The Citizen. Firstly, I would like to find out where do we expect, which provinces do we expect to be first in terms of results coming in? When will that be, what time? And perhaps if I could ask, Julius Malema has accused the IEC of deliberate delays and assumptions that elections could take 2 days. Will elections be completed today, or could they go into a second day? Thank you.
No, thank you. Limtuno from Umkhonto weSizwe Party. No, earlier on.
Excuse me, please. May I only request journalists, this is a media briefing. All the political parties have got a formal meeting with the Chief Electoral Officer, which is part of the program. May I please request anyone who is not a journalist, please do not ask questions, because this is the fora only for journalists. May I respectfully please request that nobody who is not a journalist does not ask a question. I humbly request. Thank you.
Veronica Mahwadi from Newsroom Africa. I just want to know if the IEC is aware in Thokoza that voters were turned away. They were told that they cannot be able to vote at all. This is at the Thokoza fire station, that voting station. And just a quick one, if the IEC believes that it planned adequately for the high voter turnout, obviously as some people have been in those queues for 7 to 8 hours. Thank you.
In the queues for how many hours? You said a number there? All right, okay. May I please end with you, Ne? Then I'm going to take the second batch so that the team can be able to answer properly. Thank you very much.
My name is Norman Masungwini from City Press. The question maybe is related to my colleague. One of the voting stations in Strobens Valley, we hear that people were turned away even though they were registered there because they were told that the ballot box were full, so they can go to next voting station. How is the IEC planning to resolve that? And maybe second question is relating to the Home Affairs closing hours at 9 while the voting station is also closing at 9. Maybe the distance, and then how is that going to assist those who are collecting their IDs around 9 and be able to make it on time to the voting station? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. May I pause it on that note? Please pause it for me. Let me get the CEO to answer the first batch of questions.
The question about Home Affairs closing at 9, the Commission is unable to speak on behalf of Home Affairs. The issue of how prevalent is the VMD difficulties, it's uneven from municipality to municipality. There's no consistent performance across even a municipality. That you know, when you use the internet, there are many variables at play that affects the performance of your connectivity. It could be factors related to, factors related to the infrastructure. It could be factors related to the software. It could also be factors related to bandwidth and traffic. So there's a whole range of possibilities that may affect the performance of technology such as the VMD. What is the mitigation? Look, the VMD is an important part of the voting process, but it is not a it's not a legal requirement. So the legal requirement at the voting station remains the voter's roll, and all voting stations were provided with a voter's roll. So as soon as we experienced those difficulties, we advised presiding officers to revert to the use of the voters' roll, which is a legal requirement competent for voting. Section 24A must also be understood in the context of the following background. When we had the 2 registration weekends, one in November and the other in February, indications in that campaign were clear that you vote where you are registered. And the message was, go check your registration details because you will be expected to vote where you are registered. Now, the Commission at this stage is unable to gainsay lawful provisions. The Commission just does not have the capacity to gainsay a legally instituted provision for people to vote in the voting districts in which they are registered. Evidently, we are in for a higher turnout than we had in 2019, which is why it is the single most intention of the Commission at this point to ensure that every vote that is on the queue, every voter rather, who's on the queue is given an opportunity to record their political choice. And we are committed to that. We've made adjustments to the process. We've placed additional resources to ensure that everyone does get an opportunity to cast their vote until whenever it takes. The three separate boxes, the inconsistency, yes, we've seen that. It has no bearing. All those ballots are competent and will be counted. No, there are no deliberate delays on the part of the Commission. It is not so. We want to assist everybody who's in the queue and take their ballot. We have no plan for a second day of voting. We've never entertained such a plan. So voting will happen until it concludes and until everybody who's on the queue is given an opportunity to vote. The ballot, people being turned away because the ballot boxes are full, it shouldn't be like that. It's something we can follow up. We have sufficient supplies of ballot boxes. We have sufficient supplies of ballot papers, and no one should be turned purely on the basis that the ballot boxes are full. So if you provide the details of the relevant station, then we can follow up. I think I've addressed all the questions. What about the results? Well, we did indicate in the statement that counting will happen at the station where the ballots were cast. It will happen in front of observers and party agents, and a result slip will be generated and countersigned by party agents as well as observers that may be there. From then on, it will be taken to the local office of the IEC in a temper evident bag. And at the local office of the IEC, where the local party structures will be present, it will first be scanned into the results system to create an image of that result. After creating an image, which will then be available for political parties that are here on those screens once that image is created, because it will be linked via a barcode to a particular voting station. After that, then it will be captured. It's a double-blind capture system. And after capturing, then it will be audited. There is a consortium of audit firms led by Grant Thornton who are going to be auditing the results. Each auditor has a unique audit code which they'll input into the system to confirm the correctness of the captured result. Once the captured result has been audited and there are no exceptions related to that result, you'll begin to see the votes reflecting on the leaderboard. When do we expect the first result? It is tough to call given the big turnout that we are dealing with. In elections past, we will get the first result around 1 a.m. On this occasion, it may take slightly longer because firstly, we count in 3 ballots instead of 2, and we're counting more ballots in terms of voter turnout. So it's going to be slightly later than normal, than usual rather.
If a question has been asked, please do not repeat it so that we progress. I'm going to start from the middle and then we go to the back. From the middle, then we go to the back.
Can I start asking?
All right.
Thank you. Sidi Madia from Eyewitness News. Just two questions really. Brasai, you made a remark about the 7-day window that you have to declare the elections. Are you attempting to conscientize us to something? That's the first question. Secondly, you speak about in your statement about some of the issues and how speedily you've dealt with them. An hour before you had this media briefing, you met with the political parties. They came out quite dissatisfied still about the responses the IEC has been putting to the challenges, saying that they are worried that the measures are simply not sufficient enough to deal with the crowds, because while you are saying every last person in the queue should be given a chance to vote, there's still a question some were raising about how long it takes to replenish ballots in some instances. It's already late in the night. People are worried about security. So I just wanted you to speak to that, where the parties that the parties that met with you are not happy still. Thank you.
Sorry.
Excuse me, can we please, may I request, I said let's start in the middle, because if you grab the microphone, it becomes a problem. We won't finish. May we start here and then go that way? Thank you very much. Yeah, proceed.
Salaino Makwidi from Salam Media. Just two quick questions. We saw a lot of videos on social media that might want to, put into question the legitimacy of the elections. Just how prepared was the IEC when it comes to, mitigating, fake videos that are going viral on social media? And then secondly, considering all of the delays, that have been, put forward by, all of the parties present, under which circumstances would the IEC consider extending the day of the elections?
Hi, Vuyo Mvogo, Newsroom Africa. If the problems that come with the internet are acknowledged, as the Chief Electoral Officer just did, the delays, the mishaps, and all those things. Now, given our stage or level of internet penetration, the ability or inability of certain people to use the technology the way they are supposed to, and other associated problems, like we heard of stories of people who have had to leave Gauteng and go to your Limpopos and the Eastern Cape, only to be told when they get there that they cannot be serviced. Don't you think that you are going to disenfranchise a lot of people and thus opening up the outcome for legal challenges? And then my second question goes back to whether, which my colleague earlier asked, whether you feel still that you planned adequately for a high turnout.
Veronica Mahadi again from Newsroom Africa. I just want to go back to the Thokoza fire station. We're getting reports now that voters have forced their way through the doors. Are you aware of that? Just please, any update in regards to the tensions there? Thank you.
Yes, hello, Celine Clary from AFP. You talk about a higher turnout than 2019. Do we have an estimate number of the turnout up to now?
Tim Blembete with the SABC. We've seen at a lot of campuses in Johannesburg, in Gauteng, at Wits University. I've gotten some messages from the University of Pretoria and from TUT, where students have been in queues for about 8 hours today, and it doesn't seem like the queues are moving. Have you gotten any official news about what's happening there and what measures are being put in place for students at the main universities, in Gauteng in particular? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mawande. I work for the Sunday World. But I probably to go back to Section 24A issue, but I asked from a different perspective. We've been getting a lot of complaints about civil servants, for instance, like police officers, soldiers, who would have been deployed to different provinces that we have never foreseen that they wouldn't be at their places where they vote at the time of the elections, because these deployments happen as the last minute things. Can you talk to that as it relates to free and fair elections as well as the right to vote of those particular civil servants? And number two, the DCUO earlier on spoke about the result slip that a copy as well is left either at the wall or at the door of the voting station. My question to that is, how long does it stay there for the public? That's what he said, for the public. If they want to satisfy themselves, they can go and observe. For instance, if I want to go where I vote at North Cliff Primary, and I'm here, let's say I'm living here at 1 o'clock, can I find it still there at the door or at the wall of my voting station? Lastly, as an interesting point, the pattern of the packing order of the ballot papers, what is the formula or methodology that was used? I asked this on the basis of the national, I particularly pick up national Mpumalanga and KwaZulu-Natal, where the MK party and the ANC are on the same line. And I ask it because of the politics that are on the ground as it relates to the competition between those two political parties. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. May I please pause? I'm going to take the last question, a question from you. When I come back, Pelad, you've got questions from the platform? Please proceed.
Thank you. Kokeli Bandla from SABC Radio. I would like to check, how would the IEC respond to registered voters that hold a view that their right to vote was compromised by Section 24A? And secondly, I have a direct message from a registered voter who tells me that they are very disappointed by the IEC because they applied online for a special vote. He received an SMS and was approved, but when he went to his VD, his name did not reflect from the voters roll. This is from Gareja Nelson Mandela Bay. The VD is in Tlemeza School at Anta Street, and the registered voter was not able to vote because his name did not reflect on the voters roll. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Let me pause on that note. We have covered all the hands here. CO, when we come back, we take online questions, then we'll be closing. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Kate. In terms of the period for the declaration of results, please just give me water. It's fine. So in terms of the period, the 7-day when I was growing up, if you have this type of thing, they say you probably are not telling the truth. So the 7-day period, look, the commission is careful not to take long to get to a point where they declare results. It is not the intention of the commission to take the whole 7 days and have the country in suspense for that period. At a reasonable opportunity, the commission will announce the outcome of the elections, balancing two imperatives. The one imperative is accuracy, because we've got to be accurate in the recording of the election result on the one hand. The second imperative is speed, because for as long as you don't announce the results, the country is in a politically tenuous situation. The markets react to that and so on. So it is not the intention of the Commission, therefore, to have a prolonged period without declaring the results. So that's what we really wish to indicate on that question. Look, the political parties have an opportunity to engage with the Commission through the Party Liaison Committee. And I think that is the structured mechanism of interface between the Commission and political parties. Really, they should not be lobbying the media to engage the Commission. There's a structured mechanism for parties to be engaging, and I think we should keep it that way. Social media preparedness. No, we've been quite prepared. We've put a lot of resources into managing the social media space, starting with the partnership that we had with the social media platforms themselves and our own internal capacity to monitor social media and then to respond. What is clear, though, is that the quantum of posts outpaced our reaction time. You know, you'll deal with something on Facebook and with something on X, and then it reappears somewhere on WhatsApp, and you only dealt with it on the other two, and so on. And one post, especially if it's of a negative nature, will be reposted several times and so on, despite explanations that are given. So we remain challenged by that phenomenon. What will it take to consider extending voting days? It's a very complicated consideration, because if you extend, what do you do with the ballots that are cast? And there are millions of them at this point. Where do you take them whilst you wait for the extended day? So you might be unwittingly be introducing dynamics that you are unable to handle. You might be introducing risk in an unintended fashion. Hence, the preference of the Commission is give everybody an opportunity to cast their ballots until voting is completed, whenever that is. No, it is not correct that the VMD disenfranchised people, precisely because where the VMD did not operate optimally, you could always use the physical copy of the voter's roll. It is not as if, for want of good efficiency of the VMD, persons could not vote. People could vote, and people voted using the physical copy of the voter's roll, which is a legislated requirement at the voting station. the estimate of high turnout, it's difficult to call until you complete the counting process. Suffice to say, it will probably be well beyond what we had, the 66% we had in 2019. Campuses, yes, we are aware of the difficulties that we experience at campuses. There's a huge turnout there. And, you know, it is not as if people are not being processed. They are being processed, but as much as you deal with a group, an equivalent number, if not more, join the queue. We don't lament that. It's a good problem to have. Hence our commitment to service them all. Even at many of the voting stations in Gauteng, KZN, and Eastern Cape and the Western Cape, as soon as you deal with numbers, a equivalent number, if not more, joins the queue, and they need to be serviced, and we want to service them. How long does the result slip stay? There's not a prescribed period. The idea really is to give people at that voting station a glimpse of what the outcome is at that voting station. Some stay there a week, others within a few hours they're taken off by the landlords and so on. But it's not a prescribed, there's no prescribed period. The sequencing of the screen follows the sequence on the ballot paper. So what you have on the left-hand side of that middle leaderboard is precisely the sequence of the ballot, and what you have on the right is precisely what you have on the ballot paper. I suppose it's a matter of curiosity, but it's not designed. It's purely on the basis of the sequence of the ballot paper. Section 24A, it's a legislated provision which has not been challenged. It was promulgated by Parliament to introduce a control in the voting process. So it's a lawful provision. It's part of our electoral prescripts, and as I indicated yesterday, it's not a gratuitous interference with the freedoms of people. It is important to protect the integrity of the election, because in 2019, people made claims that using this facility, they voted at one point and also went to go vote elsewhere. And that nearly imperiled the credibility of that election. Our country cannot afford a prospect of that sort. Now, the issue that my sister raises about Thokoza fire station, at the point when we came here, that matter had not come to our attention. It may have arisen since the media briefing started, but our colleagues over the cross there, they look at issues like that and resolve. I've dealt with all the questions. Thank you.
As we wrap up, I'm going to take I'm going to the extreme right. Piladi, can we start?
strength. Our voices determine our destiny. It's such a great honor to be here. I hope that all of you will join me in working to re-elect President Biden and Vice President Harris. If you text EMPOWER to 30330, you can join our coalition. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the owner of Pleasant Enterprises, Robert Nix.
Hey, Billy. I'm not supposed to go off cue at all, but I will say I was a little slow getting in because I was talking to the president. And we talked about nothing important, so we were like bonding. We're bonding. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is so great to be here with all of you today to launch Black Voters for Biden-Harris and the Vice President Harris and President Joe Biden back to Philadelphia. It's truly the honor of a lifetime to have the opportunity to introduce you to our Vice President. But first, I would like to take a moment to talk about me. Not that you care, but I am a small business owner. My family and I are in the airport concessions business. In 2020, the virus and everything hit, and planes didn't fly anymore. So it won't take a rocket scientist to figure out that if you have no airlines and you're in the airline business, you're not going to function very well financially. But I was fortunate enough that this administration put the PPP group together and put those funds together and allowed me to keep my staff working until we got back on our feet. So that's something that you gotta appreciate. If it weren't for the President, President Biden and Vice President Harris, fighting for small businesses and guiding us through the pandemic after period times, we would have been all out of business, probably like a lot of people did. Fortunately, it wasn't me. That is why I support President Biden and Vice President Harris, because they have our backs. They've had our backs, our backs. They have our backs. They have our backs. They have our backs. And I know one thing, they'll always fight for small business, so I'll always fight for them. So if they need anything from me, I'm there. If they need anything if you guys are with me, then we're all with them. Well, I've spoken enough about myself. Now to get to what all you have been waiting for. It is my pleasure to introduce to you the first woman Vice President of the United States.
want to thank Robert Nix for your leadership and for those very kind words and all you do for our country. And I want to thank all the incredible leaders who are here with us today, in particular our young leaders. It is so good to see you all. I also want to thank the members of the Congressional Black Caucus who are with us this afternoon. And everyone else, thank you for being here. So, in 2020, Black voters in Philadelphia and across our nation helped President Biden and me win the White House. Yes, you did. And in 2024, with your voice and your power, we will win again. Philadelphia, in Joe Biden, we have a fighter, a leader with skill, vision, determination, and compassion. A leader who keeps his promises. As a candidate for president, Joe Biden gave his word that we would fight to address some of the biggest issues facing the Black community, and we have delivered. In 2020, Joe Biden and I vowed that we would lower the cost of health care like insulin. For far too many years, too many of our seniors with diabetes had to make the awful decision about either filling their prescription or paying their rent. And Black Americans are 60% more likely to be diagnosed with diabetes. So we capped the cost of insulin for our seniors at $35 a month. And under Joe Biden's leadership, finally, we took on Big Pharma and finally gave Medicare the power to negotiate drug prices. We also took on the issue of debt, which makes so many people feel like they can never get ahead. Take, for example, medical debt. We are now making it so medical debt can no longer be included on your credit score. So that medical debt cannot impact the person's ability to get a car loan, an apartment lease, or a home loan. In 2020, we promised to forgive student loan debt. Do I see people testifying? Can I get a witness? And I'll tell you, I have a unique position as Vice President to spend a lot of time with our President. And on this subject, I remember sitting in the Oval Office with our President, Joe Biden, shortly after the United States Supreme Court struck down our initial plan to forgive billions of dollars in student loan debt. A different leader, a different kind of leader, would have thrown in the towel. Not Joe Biden. Not Joe Biden. And I'm going to tell you what he said that day. I'm going to tell you what he said that day. This is not over. So we kept fighting. And so far we have forgiven over $165 billion in student loan debt for over 5 million Americans. On average, more than $30,000 per person and $70,000 for our public servants like nurses, firefighters, and teachers. In 2020, we promised to take on the issue of the epidemic of gun violence, knowing that today in America, Gun violence is the #1 cause of the death of the children of America. Not car accidents, not cancer, gun violence. We took on the issue knowing Black Americans are 10 times as likely to be the victim of gun homicide. And I'll tell you, I have personally held too many hands of mothers and fathers as I attempted to comfort them after their child was killed by gun violence. So to address this crisis, under the President's leadership, we passed the first major gun safety law in nearly 30 years. A bipartisan law to strengthen background checks. And again, I sat in the Oval Office with the President, where he sat down with Democrats and Republicans and appealed to their better selves. And that's why, for the first time in 30 years, it happened as a bipartisan deal. We created the first White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention, which I lead, and has now invested $1 billion to hire mental health counselors in public schools to help heal the mental trauma of gun violence. And Philadelphia, in all of our work, the President has been guided by a fundamental belief. We work for you, the American people, not the special interests, not the billionaires or the big corporations, but the people. And in November, all the victories we have won and everything we fight for every day is on the line. You know, Donald Trump once asked Black Americans, I'm going to quote, excuse the language, "What the hell do you have to lose from a Trump presidency?" And sadly, we all know too well, when he was president, Donald Trump tried over and over to get rid of the Affordable Care Act and to take health care then from millions of Black Americans. Year after year, he proposed cuts to Social Security and Medicare so that so many of our seniors would be deprived on what they rely on to live with dignity. And then he handpicked 3 members of the United States Supreme Court, the Court of Thurgood, with the intention that they would overturn Roe v. Wade, and as he intended, they did. And today, 1 in 3 women and more than half of Black women of reproductive age live in a state with an abortion ban, a Trump abortion ban. And if he wins a second term, I promise you he's going to go even further. So all of this is to say, who sits in the White House matters. It matters. It matters for the people of America and for people around the world. As Vice President, I've now met with over 150 world leaders, presidents, prime ministers, chancellors, and kings. And I cannot tell you how many times one of those leaders has pulled me aside and talked about how much the world relies on us and on Joe Biden's leadership. His defense of democracy, his commitment to the ideals of freedom and liberty and equality, and his willingness to fight for these ideals. And as the people of Pennsylvania know, our president does not only know how to fight, he knows how to win. We beat Donald Trump once, and we're going to beat him again. And now it is my honor to introduce our president, Joe Biden.
Hello, Philadelphia. you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's good. It's good to be. It's good to be almost home. I just live down the road a little bit. Thank you, Kamala, for your partnership. It is a partnership. And how about another round of applause for our great Vice President? And she's so nice. It's great to see so many friends, including my fellow Scrantonian, Senator Bobby Casey. Bobby, where you are. Mayor Parker, Lieutenant Governor Davis, the Chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, Steve Horsford, the members of the CBC who are here tonight. If I introduce everybody, I'll be here all night. But look, while I couldn't be here, I'm thinking of our dear friend Congressman Dwight Evans. He's recovering. He's going to recover. He's doing well. And joining us are so many state and local officials from across the country, including a guy from my father's hometown where he was born, Baltimore, Maryland. They say it down Baltimore, not Baltimore. I want to introduce you to the governor of the great state of Maryland. Where are you, Governor? In case you haven't noticed, it looks like he can still play, too. It's great to be with you, Gov. Civil rights and community leaders from all across the country. Folks, if anyone wonders whether their vote matters, remember this. Because Black America voted in 2020, please have a seat if you can. Have a seat. Because Black Americans voted, Kamala and I are President and Vice President of the United States because of you. That's not hyperbole. Because you voted, Donald Trump is defeated former president. And with your vote in 2024, we're going to make Donald Trump a loser again. In 2020, throughout my career, and a lot of Philadelphians know this because I got so much help when I was running for the Senate in Delaware from Philly, black voters placed enormous faith in me. I've tried to do my best to honor that trust, staying true to the values set that we share, that got me involved as a kid in the first place. Everyone's entitled to be treated with dignity and respect. Faith and family are everything, and we leave no one behind. But folks, I know it's natural to wonder if democracy you hear about, actually works for you. When justice is denied, how can it be working for you? When promises are broken, how can it be working for you? When you have to be 10 times better than everyone else to get the same shot, how can it be working for you? I get it. And I know there's a lot of misinformation out there. So I came today to speak the truth. The truth about promises made and promises kept. Do you remember when the pandemic hit? When 20 million people were out of work, when business and schools shut down, emergency rooms were overwhelmed, and black folks were hit harder than anyone else. When Trump was president, he said this, he took responsibility for none of it. He said, it's none of my responsibility. When I came to office, I promised we'd do everything we can to get us through that pandemic. And that's what we did. That, folks, was a promise made and a promise kept. I promised to put racial equality at the center of everything I do, because I vowed I would have an administration that looked like America. Because you voted, we're invested in more than ever in the black families and communities. A promise made and a promise kept. A promise we'd start to reconnect black and brown and overlooked neighborhoods cut off by highways in the 60s, and decades of disinvestment as a consequence of it, including here in Philly. Well, we're changed that with the Recovery Act. Right now, you see all the construction going on the highways around here. A promise made and a promise kept. Look, I said I'd remove every lead pipe in America so every child can drink clean water without fear of brain damage. We're doing it, a promise made and a promise kept. I promised we'd also take the most significant action on environmental justice ever, to remove the legacy of pollution that smothers fence-line communities. Because every child, every American deserves to breathe clean and fresh air. We're doing it, a promise made and a promise kept. I promised to access affordable high-speed internet, because now internet is just as important as it was in the days of Franklin Roosevelt, electricity was generations ago. We're delivering now because no child should have to do their homework at McDonald's when things are shut down. Sit in the parking lot with their parent to get it done. Another promise made and another promise kept. I promised to protect your health care. I protected and expanded the Affordable Health Care Act. That was Obamacare. It is still Obamacare. Saving millions of Americans an additional $800 a year in premiums. And folks, the Affordable Care Act is still a big deal. As Kamala just explained, senators debated this, but we finally got it done. We debated seniors with diabetes are now paying $35 for instance instead of $400. I'm determined to make that apply to every American, not just seniors in the second term. We're capping. The bill we've already passed would cap total out-of-pocket costs for drugs for seniors beginning next year at $2,000 a year total, including cancer drugs that cost $10,000, $12,000, $14,000 a year. You pay no more than $2,000 a year. Promise made and promise kept. And by the way, not only saves people money, it saves the taxpayers, guess what? $160 billion cut in the deficit because Medicare doesn't have to pay those exorbitant prices. Folks, one of the reasons I got started and won the first time and subsequent times in Delaware is because of the best HBCU in America, Delaware State. Kamala says there's some school down in Washington. Anyway, HBCUs are incredible institutions, but they don't have the same endowments as other universities to fund research centers and do so much more. Because you voted, I kept my commitment. We're investing $16 billion, the most ever in the history of America. $16 billion. We'll grow America. We'll save America money. A promise made and a promise kept. I'm keeping my promises that no one should be in jail merely for using or possessing marijuana. I pardoned thousands of people incarcerated for mere possession of marijuana. Thousands. A promise made and a promise kept, and for the record should be expunged as well, I might add. Folks, it wasn't easy to get a lot of this done. In fact, obstacles every step of the way we faced. For example, Senate Republicans blocked the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act, but didn't stop me from signing a historic executive order requiring key elements of that bill for federal enforcement. That is, banning chokeholds, greatly restricting no-knock warrants, creating databases for police misconduct, and so much more. But we're still, and we did it with the support of George Floyd's family, and we're going to finally get it all done. A promise made and a promise kept. I promised we'd beat the NRA, and we did. As Kamala mentioned, I signed the most significant gun safety law in nearly 30 years. A promise made and a promise kept. And by the way, I'm going to go back and once again ban assault weapons in America. I did it once. We'll do it again. Supreme Court blocked me from relieving student debt, but they didn't stop me. So far, I've relieved student debt for nearly 5 million Americans. A significant number are black borrowers. So you can chase your dreams, start a family, buy your first home, start a business, and so much more. And guess what? It grows the economy. It strengthens the economy. I'm going to keep it going. A promise made is a promise kept, and we're speaking of the courts. because you voted, I was able to keep my commitment to appoint the first black woman on the United States Supreme Court. Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson. A promise made and a promise kept, and I appointed more black women to the federal circuit courts than every other president in American history combined. Every single president combined. And overall, we appointed 200 black judges to the federal bench. And guess what? The next president, they're going to be able to appoint a couple justices, and I'll be damned if they're not going to have it. Look, if in fact we're able to change some of the justices when they retire and put in really progressive judges, like we've always had, tell me that won't change your life when Trump justices are already gutting voting rights, overturning Roe, decimating affirmative action, and so much more. We're going to let that happen? We can't. No, we really can't. Now let's talk about Trump's MAGA lies. I don't have an hour, but we're going to shorten it. Trump takes credit for sending all the pandemic relief checks alone. It's a lie. The truth is, the Congressional Black Caucus got that money passed. And when Kamala came to office with the help of the CBC, passed legislation that delivered more checks in the pockets of millions of Americans, including black Americans. $1,400 checks from the American Rescue Plan we passed. And then $300 a month per child, per family through the child tax credit, which cut child poverty in half for black families. And I'm going to get it reinstated in the second term. Folks, Trump continues to lie by saying black unemployment was at a record low on his watch. The fact is, record low unemployment happened on my watch, and we're going to keep it going. Black small businesses are starting up at a faster rate in 30 years because of what we've done. The racial wealth gap is the lowest it's been in 20 years because of our efforts. A promise made and a promise kept. I announced the most significant housing plan in 50 years. It includes first-time home buyers tax credit, building millions of affordable housing to bring rents down. New data shows 40% cut in the gap between home appraisals in majority white communities versus those of color, communities of color. You know, the same exact builder on either side of 95 build the same houses. If it's a black community, it's lower, the value from the very day it's built ends up being lower than the exact same house across the highway in the white community. We're doing everything we can to right that wrong. And guess what? We're taking on corporate greed to bring down the price of gas, food, and rent. Eliminating junk fees. Instead of getting charged $35 for an overdraft, it's $3 now, not $35. The bottom line is we've invested more in black Americans than any previous administration in history has. We've opened more doors for economic opportunity, including access to capital, entrepreneurship, workforce training, so you can build a life of financial freedom and create generational wealth, all while being the providers and leaders of your families and community. Another promise made and a promise kept. We're just getting started. The second term. Want to keep it going to level the playing field by making the wealthy begin to pay their fair tax. It ain't even close. I said I'd not increase the tax of anybody making less than $400,000 a year. Well, guess how much the average federal tax rate is for a billionaire? We had 1,000 of them. 8.3%. 8.3%. It's outrageous. If the billionaires only had to pay 25% to raise $400 billion, we'd be able to do everything we're doing now and still reduce the debt. Look, billionaires pay their fair share. Not only reduce the deficit, but could provide child care, elder care, paid leave, and so much more to change the lives of millions of Americans, as well as grow our economy. But folks, all progress, all freedom, all opportunities at risk. Trump is trying to make the country forget just how dark and unsettling things were when he was president. But we'll never forget lying around and him lying around, actually. And lying about how serious the pandemic was and say he had no responsibility for it. And telling Americans, just inject a little bleach. Remember that? The way he's acting, I think he injected a hell of a lot of bleach in himself. Trump, you got it, kid. Trump and his MAGA extremists want to give power back to Big Pharma to continue to charge exorbitant fees. Trump is still determined, in his own words, quote, to terminate the Affordable Care Act, which would deny 3 million black Americans health insurance, deny protections for pre-existing conditions for millions more. During his presidency, Trump enacted a $2 trillion tax cut, overwhelmingly benefiting the very wealthy and the biggest corporations, and exploded the federal deficit. He racked up more federal debt than any president did in any presidential term in history. Tell me about the Republicans and balancing budgets. And now he wants to do it again. At the same time, he's determined to cut Social Security and Medicare. I have a better idea. Let's protect Social Security and Medicare and make the very wealthy begin to pay for it. As Kamala said, Trump brags about gutting Roe v. Wade, standing there, I did this. Well, he openly encourages voter suppression and election subversion. Folks, re-elect Kamala and me and a Democratic Congress, and I will sign the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and the Freedom to Vote Act tomorrow. And we will make Roe v. Wade the law of the land again. It's within our power to do this. MAGA extremists ban books. Did you ever think, if you're anybody over 30 years old, you'd go through a period where banning books in America? They're trying to erase black history. We're going to write black history because it's American history. It's American history. Together we make history, not erase it. To me, the values of diversity, equality, inclusion are literally, and that's not kidding, the core strengths of America. That's why I'm proud to have the most diverse administration in history. It taps into the full talents of our country. And starts at the top with the Vice President. On Memorial Day, I proudly stood with a black man, the highest order, the first black Secretary of Defense, second black Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, black women heads of military units. We're overseeing the most diverse, strongest fighting force in the history of the world. And folks, the threat that Trump poses is greater in his second term than his first. It's clear that when he lost in 2020, something literally snapped in the sky. No, I'm serious. That's why January 6th happened, when he unleashed an insurrection. Now, he's running again, and he's clearly unhinged. He calls insurrectionists who stormed the Capitol patriots. Patriots. If reelected, he wants to pardon, quote, every one of them. Let me ask you, what do you think he would have done on January 6th if black Americans had stormed it? Think about this. What do you think would have happened if black Americans had stormed the Capitol? I don't think he'd be talking about pardons. It's the same guy who wanted to tear gas you as you peacefully protested George Floyd's murder. The same guy who still calls the Central Park Five guilty, even though they were exonerated. He's that landlord who denies housing applications because of the color of your skin. He's that guy who won't say Black Lives Matter and invokes neo-Nazi Third Reich terms. We all remember Trump is the same guy who unleashed birthism, the birthism lie against Barack. And then Trump tells you he's the greatest president. I love this one. He says he's the greatest president for black people in the history of America, including more than Abraham Lincoln. I mean, can you fathom that? Where in the hell? Like I said, I think he injected too much of that bleach in his brain. I think it affected his brain. Some lies are so foolish they don't have to say anything about them at all. Maya Angelou said, when someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time. You got it, kid. You got it. I'm showing you who I am, and Trump has shown you who he is. And today, Donald Trump is pandering and peddling lies and stereotypes for your vote so he can win for himself, not for you. Well, Donald Trump will have a message for you. Not in our house and not in our watch. Let me close with this. Let me close with this. Folks, I know we have a lot more to do. When the full promise of America is not available to every person in this country, regardless of race, we've got work to do. But let's not lose sight of how far we've come. And the reason is you. The stakes in this election couldn't be higher. What's at stake is nothing less than the fundamental ideal of America defines America, that we're all created equal, endowed by our Creator with certain inalienable rights, and should be treated that way throughout our lives. We've never lived up to it, but we've never ever before completely walked away from it either. And I'll be damned if I'm going to let Donald Trump be the reason to stop being American. I'll be damned if I'm going to let Donald Trump I'm not going to let Donald Trump turn America into a place that doesn't believe in honesty, decency, and treating people with respect. And I'll be damned if I'm going to let Donald Trump turn America into a place filled with anger and resentment and hate. Folks, America's always been a place where we've worked toward more perfect union, where those who were excluded in the past are included in the promise of the country today. I still believe that. I'm still optimistic, but I need you. So my question for you is simple, a simple one. Are you with me? Talk to your family. Spread the word. As the gospel song goes, we've come too far from where we started. Nobody told me the road would be easy. I don't believe he brought me this far, though, to leave me. My fellow Americans, I don't think the good Lord brought us this far to leave us behind. We just have to remember who we are. We're the United States of America, and there's nothing beyond our capacity when we act together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Every time I walk out of my grandfather Fitting's house up in Scranton, he yelled, "Joey, keep the faith." And my grandmother yelled, "No, Joey, spread it. Go spread the faith."
get started? God. Okay. Ready? Okay. Okay. Thank you for coming today. I'm attorney Gloria Allred. I represent Miriam Haley, also known as Mimi Haley. This is my statement regarding remarks by Harvey Weinstein's defense attorney, Arthur Aidala, concerning my client, Mimi Haley. On May 23, 2024, the District Attorney of New York County, through Assistant District Attorney Nicole Blumberg, wrote a letter to the Honorable Curtis Farber concerning recent out-of-court statements by Harvey Weinstein's defense attorney, Arthur Aidala, to the media regarding my client, Mimi Haley, also known as Miriam Haley. I have a copy of the district attorney's letter to the court, which the court just addressed in Part 81 a few moments ago. And I have copies if some of you need them. Mimi was the key prosecution witness in the prior New York criminal case against Harvey Weinstein. She bravely testified and was cross-examined by the defense. Based on her testimony, under oath, and other evidence, the jury decided beyond a reasonable doubt that defendant Weinstein was guilty of criminal sexual assault of Ms. Haley, and the judge sentenced him to 20 years in New York State Prison. Recently, the New York Court of Appeals, highest court in New York, vacated that conviction, and the conviction of third-degree rape of another alleged victim, which carried an additional sentence of 3 years. The New York Court of Appeals then ordered a new trial. The victim of third-degree rape, whom I do not represent, stated that she would testify again. But my client, Mimi, and I held a press conference at which Mimi announced that she had not yet made that important decision regarding testifying. Less than a week later, as indicated in the district attorney's letter, which is now filed and public, the letter to the court that was just addressed by the court, Mr. Aidala, following the court appearance of Mr. Weinstein, made the following statement outside of court to the media. This was a few weeks ago, which the DA included in their letter to the court. Quote, moments after Mr. Weinstein was sentenced, a lawsuit was filed, and she got a significant check from an insurance company. Not from Mr. Weinstein, but from an insurance company. So the first question, if she dares to come and show her face here, will be to tell this jury how you lied to this last jury when you said you had no financial interest in the outcome of this case. When moments after the sentencing, you filed a lawsuit and collected a tremendous sum of money, end quote. As noted by the district attorney, in an important footnote to this letter, footnote 2, this statement is false. Ms. Haley did file a civil lawsuit against the defendant, but not until December 30th, 2020, 9 months after her testimony and 8 months after the guilty verdict. The suit, which sought compensation for the pain, suffering, and economic injuries caused by defendant's sexual assault, was voluntarily dismissed and discontinued with prejudice less than a year later. Ms. Haley did not receive any payment with respect to her lawsuit and instead participated in a civil bankruptcy settlement from a class action lawsuit for women who experienced sexual misconduct and workplace harassment by the defendant. The district attorney went on to quote Mr. Idala's statement at his press conference about my client, Mimi Haley. Quote, he said, the Mimi Haley count is very serious. But as I said, you know the DA's office isn't going to look at it, isn't going to look at her and see whether she perjured herself, because we believe that she did. We're going to look into that and investigate it and see if that is something that could be brought up. Her cross-examination will be prepared for months, literally. And we are already starting, John Esposito, who is a former Manhattan assistant DA, he's already reading the transcripts. We're going to dice it, slice it, and make sure that the jury hears everything from the day they met until the day she cashed the check of the lawsuit. The check from the lawsuit that she swore under oath to these 12 jurors that she didn't want, and she wasn't going to get it. So she lied. She lied to those jurors, end quote. Accusing my client of lying under oath is a very serious allegation. And I agree with the district attorney that making such an allegation out of court, which I wish to emphasize is false, violates Rule 3.6 of the New York Rules of Professional Conduct, which govern the conduct of all lawyers who are licensed in New York. I find Mr. Idala's conduct toward my client particularly egregious because he was involved in the appeal from Mr. Weinstein's conviction, which meant that Mr. Idala had the trial transcript, including the cross-examination testimony of my client, and therefore he knew, or should have known, that as the district attorney stated in the letter, quote, Ms. Haley did not perjure herself, end quote. As the district attorney indicated in footnote 3 to the letter, when asked if she intended to sue the defendant, Mimi stated, quote, there's always the possibility, but I have no plans at this time, end quote. Mr. Idala's false statements, name-calling and public bullying of my client in what appears to be an attempt to intimidate her are very serious. The New York Rules of Professional Responsibility specifically prohibit attacks on the reputation of a witness or expected testimony of a witness. Rule 3.6b1, New York Rules of Professional Conduct. Mimi has been very courageous throughout this unwarranted, vicious, and false attack on her. She still has not yet made her decision as to whether or not to testify again in this new trial. But she is very grateful to the district attorney who brought these attacks to the attention of the court. Prohibiting such attacks by the defense will not only benefit Mimi, but also it will help to protect other witnesses in the upcoming trial. and ensure not only justice for Mimi if she testifies, but for all other prosecution witnesses in this case. Now, as I sat in court, I heard Mr. Aidala apologize to the court for what he said. I think it's long overdue for Mr. Aidala to retract his statements concerning Mimi and apologize to her as well. To this moment, that has not yet happened. So, I'm happy to take any questions. I have copies of the district attorney's letter. Okay, thank you. This is the letter. I have my statement. This is my statement.
Can we get a copy behind you?
This is the DA's letter.
I get one of each, please. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hi, do you want to talk to me? Yeah. I have no idea what's still about.
No, please go to the mic.
Yeah, go to the mic.
Thank you so much.
Hi.
Hi, Gloria. Hi, everybody. Why do I always have to do that? It's annoying. People are gonna look at me pulling you close to me, and they're like, "That's not cool."
Okay.
So you need to do it.
Okay. All right.
Look at you see how open my eyes are?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm Arthur Aidala and Diana Fabi Sampson and Imran Ansari and somewhere's John Esposito and Craig Rothfeld. We just left Harvey upstairs. He is appropriately concerned. Obviously, this is he wants things to move forward. Nobody's really happy about a July 8th date, but that was the date that accommodated everybody's schedule. The prosecutor handed over their discovery today. I believe they put on the record it was, what did they say, Diana? 800 gigabytes, which I think is a lot. I believe it's the entire transcript from the original trial and the trial from Los Angeles. We will roll up our sleeves and digest it all and prepare for trial. Quite frankly, we are ready for trial. Diana and I tried the first case, so we kind of know what's coming. I'm not going to get into. I don't know what Ms. Allred said. I'm not going to go there. The bottom line is, Mr. Weinstein is in very good spirits in terms of his desire to challenge all of the evidence, like every defendant does when they're on trial. And he really looks forward to the trial proceeding sooner than later. Obviously, we have to do our job in terms of reading the transcripts and seeing if there's any new discovery material and see if there's any motion practice that must be done. But we'll do that. With that being said, I'll just take any questions that anyone may have. Okay, good. There are no questions. Hi, Marla.
Hi. From what Nicole Blumberg said, there are additional survivors that have come forward. And you also took offense to the word survivor in court. What, did you tell Harvey about that? Did he accept that there might be more coming out in this trial?
Mr. Weinstein was in court when the prosecutor made all of their statements, so he heard it. He's confident that there will be no more complaining witnesses. That is the appropriate term. That's the courtroom term, complaining witnesses. He did not seem to be very concerned about that. He knows that he's never done anything like this, and this was all part of a long-term plan to get money, and many people in this case got money, including Ms. Allred, who I think she got 40% of everybody who she represented. So I know she's here as a victim's advocate, and unlike our office that represented Bridget Harris totally pro bono and laid money out to really do justice and not take a penny, I don't believe that's the same cloth of which Ms. Allred is cut from. But you know, everybody puts their head on the pillow and sleeps as soundly as their conscience allows them to.
And can you please address Alvin Bragg and the court's letter that said that what you had said about Ms. Allred's client had a chilling effect on potential witnesses, and you should apologize to her client?
I don't believe the judge ever said anything about apologies. I don't believe the prosecutor ever said anything about apologies. So I am not going to apologize. The judge said what he wanted to say, what he needed to say, and of course I'm going to respect his decision and take it from there. What they asked for in the letter was to remind our firm of our ethical obligations. And in 32 years, I've never needed to be reminded of my ethical obligations. Each and every member of our law firm are reminded of those obligations every single day since we took the oath. So I'm not, we're not concerned about any of us violating any ethical laws whatsoever. I also think it was interesting that the prosecutor said, oh, they don't have any surrogates, and yet day after day they have a surrogate who comes out here and addresses the media. But I'm not going to get into any of the facts of the case, except that Mr. Weinstein's one desire is to get to trial as soon as possible. He's been in jail he's going into his 5th year for a matter that the highest court of the state, no matter what anybody else says, the voices that matter say he got an unfair trial, not only in New York, but in the United States of America. And the knee-jerk reaction of the Senate of the state of New York is disgusting. Disgusting. That they have passed a law that they're calling in the hallways of the Capitol Harvey's Law. Now, there's Kendra's law, there's Jennifer's law. Those are laws to protect people. But in the United States of America, if we're going to start having laws to attack people, we are on the road to the end of the democracy as we know it. And the assembly should be applauded for pausing and saying, we're not doing anything about this now. We are going to look at all of the Molyneux laws. We're going to look at all of the Sandoval laws, and then we will make a decision. No one should misunderstand what took place here. The people who threw 100+ years of law out the window was not the Court of Appeals. It was the trial judge 4 years and change ago. It was the appellate division 5-0. They're the ones who threw 100-year-old precedent out the window, and it was the Court of Appeals who brought sanity back into the equation and said, in the state of New York, we're not going to convict people on rumors, on untested accusations, on accusations that go back decades that have never been reported to anyone. So the Court of Appeals should be commended, and the New York State Assembly should be commended for protecting the Constitution of the United States of America and the Constitution of the state of New York. Thank you, everybody.
Let's be clear about what the New York legislature was trying to do, including the Senate. It's about bringing back the opportunity to have Molyneux, also known as Me Too witnesses, in criminal cases and in civil cases. We have that in California as a statute, in other words, a law, and it can be used for propensity. There is no such law except interpretation of case law in New York. That needs to be changed. By the way, nobody asked him, well, why did you apologize to the court today for a violation of 3.6 rules of professional conduct if you didn't do anything wrong? Were you not being honest with the court with your apology, or did you mean it? And no court has to order someone to apologize to a person whom they have wrongfully accused of not telling the truth under oath. That's just a matter of common decency. And Arthur should know it. Maybe he needs the class. and common decency. Why he's so threatened by me, I don't know. I'm only 5 foot tall. I do represent victims. He brings up my name more than he brings up his own name, which is, it's hard to really count, but that seems to be the case. So I feel if I'm a threat to Arthur Aidala and Mr. Weinstein, I accept that as a badge of honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Eat your heart out. Huh? Eat your heart out. But I forgot the XLR. I forgot the XLR plug, so I couldn't use it. You do? You like it?
schedule.
No, I just want to get this bag here. This side. I had space to work in, and so if I bump into you, it's because you should. Well,
next to you. Just put it on the floor.
Just watch out for my colleague right next to you. You
that back there on the floor too.
No, because people in New York grab the bag, so.
No, but here they're not gonna take care of it. Too many cops behind us. They won't take it here, but you keep hitting me with the back part.
You know, we've been standing here for like an hour, and you show up at
on the floor.
I'm going to do what I want, so please.
Okay, so me too.
Thank you so much. Get on the sidewalk.
But I tried to. But she got her arm.
I'm just standing
next
here
to my
on
arm.
I'm
trying to sit like this. I'm like this. Look, two arms together. You got the arms like that.
Well, because this is very heavy. That's why.
No, I know it's heavy. I have one like that.
I thought I could leave it there, and then he'd be so busy looking there, but he was so fast. Get that bag over the other side. Yeah, they're like out in the street over there. Yeah.
How is that okay?
I don't know. You can go down there with your colleagues over there.
They're
like,
on the street.
They're in the street.
No, I don't. I'm not with those people. I don't know them.
Stephanie Keith is just gonna run right on.
Oh yeah, she's like.
I'm gonna tell them they gotta go behind the fence. Okay. Is that also? I'm like this and look. Huh?
Where is that woman? Where is she?
It drives me crazy. These crazy people. What time of the day was that woman bearing her breasts? Was that? God, it's like in the morning or the afternoon? Yeah.
He was bitter.
Hello. Doing the opposite side. Do you ever miss living in LA? No, not that much. It's so isolating. Yeah. It's so take the train. It's sort of like a kind of monoclimate in a way, so you're also far from pretty much everything else. Yeah. Looks like we got in a car because Adam just That's good, but then you can't cross the street as well. I know, it's just waiting here for
Sometimes when the light is better, you can see him.
Chinatown. You should go to 17 Lots called Wo Hop. It's like famous. Like t-shirts that are like $10. They're like iconic. It's like yeah, it's kind of cool. It's 17 Lots. It's kind of cool. Yeah. It's kind of oh, you can also stop at Soft Swerve Ice Cream.
啊，我要做個即係頭先無線嗰個做個直播，我唔喐㗎，就係俾呢度，唔喐唔喐。
準備做㗎啦係嘛？
係，做完行翻入去啊！
點鐘啦乜？係喎，已經8點幾喎。
嗰陣
真係慢喎，好慢。9點啦咩？唔係9點。屌，咁佢應該過唔到嚟啦，呢個位都冇埋。咩嚟？我亂喐啊，Alex！你引起社會恐慌啊！咁辛苦啊！
擺近啲個嘴喎，
咁
因為太大風啦。
四部機啊？
開咗。
我哋都4個，1部機，可能2部。
share WiFi。
大家好，大家好。咁一陣間相信咧，有啲敏感嘅人示威嗰邊，可能有啲示威啊，講下叫下一啲口號啊咁樣。咁但係咧，如果真係要採訪咧，唔好衝過去，慢慢安全咁樣過去，好唔好？因為咧衝過去咧，大家危險啊，驚得唔得？得唔得？幫手，都喺嗰邊，係啦，
喺嗰個角落頭啊？
係嗰個角落頭，係啦。總之大家真係要去採訪嘅就安全，唔好衝。
寫文嚟。好敏感。好敏感，寫文嚟。
敏感人士，我唔知啊。
你講嚟聽下，Sir。
入嚟啊！入嚟，嗰度入嚟。
冷靜。好，慢慢。
Facebook 啦、IG 啦、TG 同埋 X 就係咧將一啲最新資訊咧發布俾大家。咁啊，而家時間咧就係嚟到8:50啦。今日呢個嘅裁決啊，就會喺咧10點鐘開始啊。咁啊，有一批嘅市民已經入咗去排隊等咖啡啦，記者都係啦。我哋喺現場暫時咧就未見到咧係一啲嘅被 有6個被告咧，其實都係一直係還押嘅。咁當中就包括長毛梁國雄啦、何桂蘭啦、吳正亨啦、林卓廷啦，同埋周家成同埋袁慧明嘅。嗱，呢6個被告咧，當中有4個人啦，其實咧已經還押超過1180日㗎啦，即係3年幾嘅時間啦。講緊嘅就係
嗰邊係。
拉緊擺，拉住。
睇漏少少啦，讓翻條路俾工作人士行。麻煩記者扣翻漏少少。
睇住啊，
留翻條路俾公眾啊，唔該。
麻煩記者啊，多謝合作啊，扣翻漏少少，讓翻條路俾工作人士啊，係多謝大家合作，多謝大家合作。
好啦，所有記者麻煩褪後少少，
好，麻煩記者褪後少少，大家都多啲可以啦。麻煩記者褪後少少。
記者褪後少少，讓翻條路出嚟先啊！
麻煩讓翻條路俾公眾人士行，多謝大家合作。有麻煩盡量褪後少少啊，讓翻條路出嚟啊！
嗱，你褪唔後少少咧，我企度都係阻住你鏡頭嘅啫，好唔好？盡量全部所有合作，唔該褪後少少。
嗱，影到㗎，其實大家麻煩褪後少少，保持翻秩序啊，唔該。
多謝晒。
我真係唔明白各位記者朋友，我真係唔明白。嗱，而家叫咗領導咧入嚟咯，佢我覺得唔擺人個位嘅。嗱，其實我唔明白佢點解一定而家個位咁大，我哋都未開始請願，乜都未，你想同我傾偈？
我換翻個人出嚟咯，我出嚟，換翻佢出嚟。
換咗啦已經。
換翻個人出嚟。
嗱咁樣，我唔知你做乜嘢，你哋做咩事咁緊張咧？我哋係由請願，根本上亦都唔係為咗乜嘢，做完請願我哋就走㗎啦。我唔知點解你一定要拉我去對面傾乜嘢，我唔知道，係咪啊？其實好簡單。
嗱，喺今時今日呢度有幾百警力，我唔知佢哋驚乜嘢嘅軟對抗。我哋2個人企度，佢就要分隔，仲話叫我哋要示威嘅去嗰邊扶底。我話不如去麗閣村仲好啲啊！喂，今時今日香港講句嘢都唔得啊！
冇事啊，大少少啦，小心啲啊！嗱，各位睇到好，其實因為本來係一個好簡單嘅請願，過去好多次亦都喺呢個法院門外做過任好多嘅請願，咁我哋其實今日都係一個好平常嘅表達我哋嘅意見，係一個表達意見啫。我唔知道點解十六個阻攔。而家要我哋去到對面，
嗱嗰個指揮官啦，係咪今日連表達自由都唔可以？
嗱，我唔知點解要去嗰邊。嗱，以前你都去仲有個安排喺個貼住嗰個法院啦，但係而家根本上冇去咗嗰對面嘅話，我不如喺麗閣村示威。我唔明白啊！即係話一個4個人嘅請願都會搞出咁多嘅麻煩，即係你警察搞啲好多嘅麻煩啊！我哋都未開始，我等緊個朋友，等緊個朋友去做請願啫，請願嘅行動咁樣。咁你其實我覺得有乜嘢嘅點解連我哋呢個請願嘅行動都嘅行動都要係剝奪埋咧？係咪啊？
唔該。
嗱，其實我哋只一個咧就係，我哋就會做一個意見，表達個意見之後，我哋就會入翻去法院度㗎啦。咁其實就係一個好簡單嘅行動啦。咁希望各位差大哥唔好太過緊張，因為香港仲有一個言論表達嘅自由，仲有一個請願嘅自由，係嘛？我哋而家係一個你哋安排嘅示威區，一定要有一個合理嘅。唔可能一個係你哋講嘢就得嘅，因為咧，即使法庭亦都有個判決㗎啦，你哋嘅示威區一定係要設立得喺一個合理嘅情況之下，先至可以 令到我哋嘅示威係咪？你哋警察係 facilitate 請願嘅，唔係阻撓請願嘅。請你哋明白你嘅責任。係咪？而家其實咩人啫？最多人都係記者。所有嘅市民非常之有守秩序咁喺度排緊隊。我哋亦都本來係諗住同你哋商量之後，喺嗰個適合嘅地方，即係當然唔係對面啦，對面馬路啦，就去進行我哋嘅示威嘅。但係你哋咧都未開始講，就要將我拉去對面馬路，咁呢個我對唔住，我唔能夠接受咯。點解唔可以喺呢度講咧？請警察嘅朋友，你哋如果安排示威區嘅請過嚟，事無不可對人言，喺記者面前講你哋嘅示威區係設喺邊度，同埋乜嘢嘅考慮，希望俾大家都知道。
嗱，過去咧，我哋任何示威都去到現場去可以表達嘅。今日大家睇到現場有幾百個警員喺度，佢哋係有足夠嘅警力係控制群眾，但係我哋小貓幾隻，連一個表達都唔可以，要去到對面啊！不如我話去到麗閣村仲好啊！喂，啲警力我嚟做咩㗎？其實我哋今日個目的係相當簡單，期望法官係明智嘅選擇個判決，全部獲得釋放，全部人翻屋企啊！我諗呢度係排隊嘅人都係個心願，就希望佢哋能夠早日獲得釋放，同家人團聚。佢哋係被韞咗3年3個月03日啦。
係啊，踎低咪唔攰咯。
OK。咁我就開咩先啦？嗱，咁我哋咁嘅話咧，等多陣啦。嗱，各位新聞界朋友啦，咁我哋咧麻煩你等多陣啦。咁我哋要等埋嘅朋友，因為我哋好似有個朋友咧就俾人夾住啦。咁嘅話咁就睇下佢係點樣啦。好啦，咪慢慢前行啦，前行啦。如果想入去法庭咧，先開始行啦。前啦，OK。好多，過埋開手。企翻埋去，嗰度有啊。
我喺嗰邊。
而家呢個位。邊個嚟？單拖。
翻記者區啊！入翻記者區，記者麻煩入翻記者區啊！唔好再拖佢同事啊！
好，從我全部聽下，唔該。
好，記者麻煩遵從翻警方指示入翻記者區，多謝合作。
麻煩大家入翻記者區啊！所有記者麻煩入翻記者區，唔該。
麻煩入翻記者區。
你阻住其他係人使用呢度啦，唔該。
褪翻後邊啊！
係啦，你上翻出嚟。
唔該，褪翻後邊。
可以呢度幫住度，唔該，唔該。
留翻條路，
入翻記者區，唔該。
入翻記者區啊！
咩俾呢條嚟啊？因為嗰個得唔到。
入翻去啦，入翻去啦，一係左邊，一係右邊。好啦，我哋記者講出嚟啦。
我一個字都影唔到。見到黃色咧，係嘛？
係有一個嘅示威嘅，咁啊主要嘅訴求咧就係認為咧今次呢個檢控咧係不公啊，又希望咧係被告咧係獲得釋放。咁啊但係頭先咧根據陳寶瑩喺現場嘅講法咧，就係佢哋排緊隊咧，其實都未開始示威啊，因為佢哋本身咧係一個4人嘅示威活動啦，其實咧得3個到一場嘅就係黃國明、曾健碩同埋佢本人啦，陳寶瑩，其實仲有5人未到，所以佢哋都未開始示威咧，就已經被警方要求咧，如果示威嘅話咧，就要去到一個咧係離法院範圍比較遠啊，一條馬路之外嘅一個示威區啊，咁所以咧佢哋就不滿呢個安排啦，就係即係喺嗰個位置咧同即係記者同埋同警方咧就係表達咗不滿嘅。咁啊陳寶瑩咧主要就提到話就係過往咧其實喺唔同嘅場合啦，包括喺法院外咧。其實咧都係有權示威㗎，咁佢哋都話咧，其實有一啲嘅法庭嘅判決咧都講咗咧，即係警方設立一個示威區咧，都要係一個合理嘅位置咧，俾市民咧真係可以表達到意見嘅。咁所以咧，佢哋就認為咧，如果喺西九法院外咧嗰個嘅示威區咧設到去咧係一街之隔咧，隔咗條馬路嘅位置咧，其實咧就係令佢哋表達唔到嗰個意見啦。咁所以咧就喺頭先咧即係排隊嗰個人龍中間咧，就擾攘咗一段時間啦。咁但係咧最終咧，佢哋都係根據我哋現場所見啦，其實都未正式開始佢哋嗰個嘅示威行動啦，咁就已經咧暫時咧即係就已經入咗去即係西九法院入邊㗎啦。咁所以似乎佢哋即係出咗彩通嗰個示威行動。我哋啱啱見到被告鄭教行入咗去法院啦。冇錯，同大家講一次啦。今次呢單案件咧，其實係有10個被告咧係獲准保釋嘅，當中就係包括呢個嘅公民黨嘅鄭特雄。咁啱啱見到佢咧就係入咗去法院入邊啦。咁啊，今次個案件咧一共有16個被告唔認罪受審嘅，10個被告咧就係獲准保釋啦。咁所以差唔多喺呢段時間咧應該係會即係入到去法院㗎啦。另外有6個被告咧一直都係還押嘅。今朝8點幾咧，我哋都見到有多架囚車咧，陸續咧係入咗去法院範圍入邊㗎啦。咁啊，頭先都同大家講過話，其實還押嘅呢一批被告咧，已經還押時間咧係部分人啦，已經係3年幾啊，超過1100幾日啊！換句話講咧，其實係由2021年嘅3月咧開始咧還押嘅。如果大家仲記得嘅話咧，呢單嘅47人案咧，其實係講緊喺2021年嘅2月底啊，2月28號啦，就係呢批47人咧被拘捕。1日之後咧，大家可能都仲會記得啊，就喺同一個法院西九龍裁判法院咧，就係出現咗呢一個嘅即係4日3夜嘅馬拉松式嘅保釋申請啊。咁啊，最後咧就係47人裏邊咧就係一批人咧就係唔准保釋啦，所以咧包括咧係今日受審嘅其中幾位啊，佢哋還押時間咧已經咧係去到3年。咁啊，另外咧就係呢個嘅案件啊，其實咧就係最後咧就係去到舊年2月咧先至係正式開審啊，一路咧就去到舊年嘅12月咧係完成結案陳詞，再隔咗5個幾月嚟到今年2024年嘅5月咧，就係今日嚟到呢個嘅裁決日啦。咁我哋咧同大家即係睇緊咧呢個嘅西九龍法院現場啦，頭先都講過啦，今其實咧都有大批人咧通宵排隊啦，或者咧係晨早咧就嚟到排隊啊。今朝咧我哋有啲同事咧都即係了解過，究竟係啲咩人咧嚟即係聽咧？我哋見到咧辯方律師其中一位嘅律師代表方文都係。咁啊， 仲再同大家講講今朝個情況啦。咁啊，有一啲市民咧，其實就係被告嘅朋友或者係佢嘅大學同學啊。咁啊，當中咧包括有幾位咧，就係其中一位被告咧李宇信嘅同學。咁佢哋就接受訪問嘅時候提到就話咧認為李宇信咧好犀利，因為呢幾年嘅時間咧，佢都係冇即係荒廢到呢個嘅時間咧，都冇放棄自己啦，仲好努力去學新嘢啦，包括讀咗一個法律課程啦 JD 啦，另外咧就係有繼續學跳舞啊，同埋咧年年喺衣着打扮方面咧都好講究啊咁所以咧佢哋咧就今日特登想嚟到向佢表達支持之外咧，佢哋仲話已經係 book 咗台晏晝同希望咧可以同李宇信一齊食飯，希望有好消息一齊食飯。咁所以咧都係咧對於今日嘅結果咧，即係心存希望嘅。另外咧我哋都咧接觸過有一位嘅旁聽市民啊，佢就話自己咧其實有聽障嘅，所以一直咧都好少嚟旁聽嘅，因為咧其實佢都唔係好聽到咧庭上面嘅內容啊。不過咧佢就話過往咧曾經同楊雪瑩咧就有一齊參與一啲社區事務啦，而楊雪瑩咧都俾咗好多嘅意見啦，幫助佢好多。所以咧佢話即使自己有呢個聽障嘅問題，喺庭上未必聽到好多嘅內容咧，今日都想親身嚟到咧，就係向楊雪瑩支持。阿 Sir 唔該，我哋想影影相。唔好意思，阿 Sir。我哋啱啱見到啦，再有一位嘅被告就係黎聰。都係啊。後會有期，後會有期。多謝大家。有邊個講一次啊？講一次啊。後會有期。邊邊邊。後會有期。Lawrence。
呢邊。
Lawrence，講一句。
多謝大家關，希望後會有期。多謝大家關心，希望。
What would you like to say?
Well, I hope we will see each other soon. 多謝大家，繼續關心我哋。多謝。
我哋啱啱咧就見到其中一位被告，就係法律界大律師黎聰，佢咧就向傳媒講啊，就係不斷重複後會有期4個字，咁啊亦都咧向住傳媒講啦，接受訪問咧就係話希望咧大家繼續關心佢，咁啊都係重複再講啊，就係後會有期。而家時間咧嚟到9點6分啦，我哋見到咧，因為咧10點鐘咧就會開庭㗎啦，咁啊所以咧見到咧有邊一嘅被告咧獲准保釋嘅被告咧都係陸續咧嚟到即係個6號裁判。咁啊頭先同大家講咗現場情況啦，警方嘅布防啦，嚟旁同嘅市民啦，咁啊仲有啱啱發生嘅即係社民連嘅一個小插曲，佢哋本身咧就希望嚟示威，咁啊但係咧就係因為警方咧要求佢哋咧過咗馬路對面嘅示威區先示威，咁佢哋咧就有不滿嘅。咁但係最後咧擾攘一輪之後咧，咁啊由於嗰個人龍啊就入到去即係公眾席排隊啦，佢哋就入咗去。咁啊呢個嘅示威行動咧而家嚟講咧係冇正式開始到嘅。好啦，咁啊同大家咧睇住現場情況嘅同時啦，不如都同大家講翻少少嘅案件嘅背景啊。頭先都交代過啦，呢宗案件咧其實咧係2021年嘅時候被告被控同埋被檢控，一路去到舊年2月咧先至開審，12月咧就係完成結案陳詞，再隔咗5個幾月咧能夠今日裁決啦。咁啊大家都知道啦，10幾個被告咧其實咧就係被控啊國安法底下嘅串謀顛覆國家政權罪。嗱呢個案件咧都係國安法生效之後咧第一宗串謀顛覆國家政權罪嘅審訊啊。所以今日嘅案件咧，除咗係因為涉及幾個被告10幾個被告啊，究竟係罪成與否，影響到佢哋嘅問題之外咧，其實最關鍵咧就係究竟喺國安法生效底下咧，呢一個串謀顛覆國家政權罪咧應該係點樣解讀咧？咁啊就好似今次咧控方嘅指控啦，其實就係話10幾個被告啦，就係透過參與初選啊，咁就係咧係希望咧喺呢個立法會咧取得多數嘅議席，再運用佢哋嘅否決權，甚至係無差別運用佢哋嘅否決權啦，去否決財政預算案，最終咧係達至咧呢個嘅顛覆國家政權。究竟咧呢一個嘅咁嘅講法，法庭咧係信唔信 次喺條文入邊所講嘅，究竟即係議員運用權力去否決財政預算案，算唔算係一種非法嘅手段咧？咁咧相信咧都會係今次案件嘅關鍵啦。咁啊，再同大家講多一次啦。其實如果我哋講今次嘅案件，講緊咧可以有幾個焦點咧，值得大家留意嘅。第一最簡單就係講緊咧喺即係呢一場嘅初選，曾經咧有超過61萬市民啊投票嘅一場民主派嘅初選咧，究竟參與同埋組織呢一場選舉咧係咪違法咧？咁啊，如果咧再推論落去啦，控方嘅指控咧就係話呢一批嘅被告咧。就係咧有一個嘅協議，就係串謀咧，就係透過濫用議員嘅權力啊。個方法咧就係首先咧係參選立法會取得多數議席之後咧，就再無差別否決預算案。咁啊，迫使咧呢個特首咧要解散呢個立法會。咁啊，然之後咧就令到政府運作癱瘓。如果咧呢個嘅立法會咧再重選之後，冇辦法咧係再通過到呢個預算案嘅話咧，咁就會咧係令到咧特首要下台。咁究竟呢一個嘅講法啊，法庭信唔信納咧？換句話講，即係話咧呢一個嘅控方話呢一批嘅被告其實有一個協議喺度咧，係咪即係法庭會唔會確立咧？咁再第三個焦點啦，就係咧條文講到啊，要達成咧呢個串謀顛覆國家政權咧，係要用到一啲涉及武力，又或者咧係非法手段。咁究竟有一個係基本法賦予嘅權力，就係咧去否決預算案嘅呢個權力，立法會議員否決預算案嘅呢個權力，咁算唔算係一種非法手段咧？如果好似控方咁講，議員濫用咗呢個權力，或者咧係無差別咁去運用呢個權力，又算唔算咧係一種非法手段？咁呢個幾個咧，相信咧就會係今日咧裁決嘅焦點啦。仲有一樣嘢咧，都想咧同大家講一講嘅，呢啲咧就係講緊審訊期間嘅焦點啦。仲有一個焦點咧，可能都值得留意嘅，就係咧其實政府咧喺舊年咧就係修訂咗呢個嘅刑事訴訟程序條例啊。咁講緊嘅就係要係國安法嘅案件喺高等法院即係處理嘅案件啦。同大家再補充多少少資料啦。點解係講緊高院嘅案件，但係會喺西九法院出現呢？其實呢一單47人案咧係一宗高等法院嘅案件嚟㗎。咁但係由於咧係個空間嘅問題咧，就移師咗咧去西九龍裁判法院咧去審理嘅啫。咁換句話講，呢一宗咧高等法院審理不設陪審團，由3位指定法官審理嘅國安法案件，如果最後有一啲被告係無罪嘅話咧，究竟佢哋係咪可以即時釋放咧？仲有一個變數㗎。講緊嘅就係頭先咧，政府咧舊年修訂咗呢個嘅刑事訴訟條例，就係俾律政司咧喺案件如果有一啲嘅被告冇罪嘅時候咧，係可以即時提出咧，係話佢哋會考慮上訴。我哋再睇睇現場。講知阿成啊嘛，跟住阿成先我喺後邊。 到咧，其實Emily嘅市民咧，亦係
Emily，
我哋啱啱見到
Emily here，
劉慧卿嚟到
Emily， 係 Emily， 唔該晒。嗱，如果係幫埋嗰個嚟，係What do you think of today? Why are you here today?
Well, we've been waiting for this day for over 3 years. We've been waiting for this day for over 3 years. I feel very sad that so many people have been locked up for so long. Actually, if you recall the day that the 50-odd people were arrested, it's the same day as the supporters of Donald Trump stormed Capitol Hill. It's very, very sad that they have been languishing in prison for so long, and some of them did not plead guilty. Even those who pleaded guilty, they did not have to wait for so long. So anyway, the day has come. I have come to support them, and I hope the courts in Hong Kong will prove that there is one country, two systems. The court is independent, it's just and fair. So I just go in to support them, and not just support them. I hope I can support the Hong Kong system, because this is what Hong Kong people want. To go back to one country, two systems, where people can freely demonstrate, can march, the media can operate freely without fearing to be arrested and jailed, and then people can just turn on the TV, read newspapers, can get all kinds of free reporting. And so I hope we can go back to those days. I want to tell Beijing that the situation is under control, more than under control. We've got the national security law, we've got the basic law, Article 23 legislation. So I don't think there is any real threat to national security. So Beijing must understand the economy. The economy is in deep trouble. If you walk around the city, there are so many vacant shops. People have lost their jobs or their pay reduced. Hundreds and thousands of people have left Hong Kong, and others are planning to leave. This is no way for a free and vibrant and safe Hong Kong to survive. That's a message I think should go out from here to the world, that Hong Kong is going to go back to be a safe, vibrant and free city. And I come here to support that.
見到你咧現場嚟旁聽啦，今日抱住咩心情
我梗係好傷心啦，因為裏邊啲人好多已經困咗3年，有啲都冇認罪。佢哋當年被拉嗰日就係特朗普總統佢嗰啲支持者衝擊國會山莊3年幾啦，困咁耐，咁所以咧我係即係嚟到支持佢哋，但係我係嚟到支持香港嘅制度。以前好自由，有法治，有司法獨立，香港市民係可以好自由、好安全呢個制度，全部都係一國兩制之下㗎。呢個我希望習近平主席係明白，而家香港應該係返去好安全嘅情況，因為有國安法，亦都有基本法23條立法。有啲人話其實而家都唔係咁需要國安法，因為大家好安全。咁我希望你哋媒體係可以繼續好自由咁去採訪、去報導，而唔會被拉或者被監禁。我哋香港人可以有示威遊行各方面嘅自由，有媒體嘅自由，有呢個信仰嘅自由，有藝術嘅自由，各方面呢啲嘢就係我哋要爭取、要支持嘅。今日我希望法庭可以向香港、向全世界發出個訊息，我哋而家香港係開始邁向一個好似從前咁自由、咁安全嘅城市。No, I'm not going to comment on the verdict. Let the judges tell you. But of course, we hope when the verdict comes out, people will say, it's very just, it's very fair, and Hong Kong can look forward to being a very free and safe and vibrant city. That's all. 唔係，我哋香港係國際城市嚟㗎嘛，從來都好多嘢去關注，唔係淨係呢個案件㗎。咁所以 以人哋嚟，我覺得係冇問題咯。反而唔俾佢嚟咧，就係有問題。佢要嚟要唔嚟係佢嘅選擇，我希望冇問題啦嚇。
就係咧，唔該曬訪問啊！咁啊，其實咧佢都經常咧係會嚟到47人嘅審訊啊。咁佢就話咧今日嚟到咧，除咗係即係向呢啲嘅被告咧表達支持之外咧，因為都提到畢竟呢班嘅被告咧都係已經還押咗3年幾啊。咁佢話更加重要嘅就係咧嚟到。
好啦，我係咪 miss 咗好多個？你覺得嗰度有咩？
依家我哋3個 slot 啊，出緊街嘅。
哦。coffee 抵少少，多謝。唔知做咩咁可以。 事啊。啊有嗱，呢度前面有一個白色白色衫頭先講咗啦，入咗去啦，嗱，唔怕，再繼續聽我講好冇？冇問題嘅，冇問題嘅。好啦，有冇邊度？有冇？唔可以啫啊！
邊度？
再繼續好冇？我哋。仲有冇？睇下先。
可以過嚟啦。
邊度？
就係呢茶
茶牌嗰班。
哦，插牌嗰啲係。
好忙。
好忙啊！咁啊。邊度啊？邊度啊？唔係喎，吳啟明。吳啟明咩人嚟㗎？何啟明係嘛？
啟明。
邊度有咩？
有後面灰色衫藍色口罩。
灰色衫藍色口罩係響啲係肯定響警察後邊嘅。
藍白間咗後面嗰個。
係啦，唔該晒。灰色上衫，藍色口罩啊，各位。何啟明唔係吳啟明。仲有邊個？
翻㗎。好耐先嚟㗎，呢兩個都係對面上啲傳嚟到下班。我雖然係黐住呢度過嘅，得啦。係啊，後面啦，右邊啦。
呢個係咪有邊個啊？
邊個？
哦，唔係啊。係啊，彭卓棋。係，我只得頭髮係。係。都有。
乜嘢？大聲啲，Tony講聽唔到。
剪頭髮係咪有心理準備啊？剪頭髮。
邊？喂，擰一擰過嚟。
你一擰啊！你一擰呢邊啦，唔該。
係。
唔該晒。你右手邊都有㗎。呢邊。
咁樣唔好啱啊！邊個話係啊？換得衫啊嘛，大哥啊！咩 Tony 啲 friend 嚟㗎嘛都係係嘛？
嗰個係執住和手都係之前佢嘅。咁個細個嗰啲仲有一個，先埋去嗰個。
我數先。琴晚Lawrence即係話會有嗰個第一個嗰個第一個嘅
係得啦，咁就得啦，好。
咁我5個啦。
黃碧雲係黃碧雲陳志全都未。
陳志全未啊？爭2個係嘛？唔止喎。
係爭2個，爭2個陳志全。
其他入晒啦。
根據我嘅消息就係。
哦，好，唔該。
入咗頭先白色恤衫打住老婆，慢慢行入埋。變咗啦！我兩個條位啊？
幾條位啊？好。
哇！就係我哋呢個。
冇出嚟啦！哇！你吞下，啊！咁嘅位。好，搞掂。好得，唔該晒。好，搞掂啦，搞掂啦。
我嗰2個有。邊個？係啊嘛。
冇咁講係啊。
唔關撳嗰個事，佢都係聽人講，佢都係聽人講。而家個做警察嘅係
係黃碧雲啊，藍色衫、藍色上衫，佢沿馬路行緊過嚟，好靚嗰個藍色上衫。賣唔賣下 Q 啊？呢個賣唔賣下 Q 啊？呢個賣唔賣下 Q 啊？阿 Sir 唔該。
黃碧雲今日心情點啊？
行開咗咯喎，長咗，揀咗個紅色衫嗰個，紅色衫嗰個，我冇數錯係㗎，我數係㗎。係咯，呢期有限啦。
我頭先嚟講話藍色上衫又靚。呢個有好有好。
邊度有好？
呢度口罩有好。
冇做錯啊！
有好 only 有好 only。呢個係俄羅斯係斯德郎嘅事件嘅處理嚟嘅出嚟。
我唔知啦。
陳志全對面包紅色衫啊！
做嘢起快！對面邊度對面？嗰邊對面。係粉紅色衫。粉紅色衫。
啊係啊，陳志全粉紅色 polo 上衣見唔見到？刀剪作頭髮。哎呀，阿 Sir！ 哎呀，阿 Sir 咁啱真係 send 咗，係呢個阿 Sir。
同大家咧就係由8點幾啦到到9點幾咧，直擊咗咧西九法院咧嘅現場情況咧，見到咧係即係10名嘅被告咧都係先後入咗法院入邊啦。法院咧10點鐘就會開庭啦，同大家講過啦，今次係第一宗嘅串謀顛覆國家政權罪嘅審訊嘅裁決啊。我哋咧10點鐘打後咧都會全程咧繼續為大家直擊。再同大家講一次啦，今日咧除咗 YouTube， 我哋咧係會定時定候同大家咧係直擊住法院內外嘅情況之外啦，我哋各個嘅社交平台，包括係我哋網站會有實時報導啦，另外仲有 Facebook、IG、YouTube 同埋咧呢個 TG 同埋 X 等等咧，都會咧定時定候將最新嘅資訊咧再帶俾大家嘅。今集呢一節嘅直播咧，暫時去到呢度先。10點鐘開庭之後，再有最新資訊咧，會再同大家咧係交代呢個最新進展。呢一節嘅直播咧，暫時去到呢度先。
好啦，幫你 你擋住㗎。
多謝多謝。
我幫你擋住後邊。
多謝，我見到啦。
咁辛苦成日拉佢。
多謝多謝。
坐啊坐啊，隨便坐。
希望可以幫到你哋。
隨便坐。我單腳企俾張凳你坐。認得佢咯 ，SCMP 認咗未先？睇下腳軟啊，見到都聽到都腳軟，興奮得滯啊，企唔穩，興奮得滯企唔穩。但我冇你哋咁做，你哋幾點做？唔得啊！我哋唔得啊！佢哋唔可以。唔係佢都仲咁貴嘅，我哋啲設備都唔係，唔得啊！冇鎖。佢哋話排隊早咧，人哋大堂傾嗰啲嘛。算啦，唔好擺啦，唔好擺啦。你哋都做㗎啦，係咯，你哋都做啦。我哋有錢。 樓梯又唔夠高，隻腳又唔夠長，點揾得入嘅咧？要你講到好慘咁樣唔好。我唔介意㗎。跟住佢又喺度計數啊！點解一個又要搭三個一齊搭好啲咁？佢話冇錯啊！你而家拍唔到咩？你而家拍唔到咩？冇啊！喺呢度行啊！計㗎。做咩啫？你想揾佢做咩啊？問下佢揸住喎。喺度。你問下你。嗰度。收唔收到貨？係咪揸貨？收人係咪偷聽緊嘅？聽緊啲咩內幕？差唔多夠鐘啦，有好都要啊！大隻嗰啲咧。咪咯，Alice 叫唔到佢過嚟咩？係咯，係啊，Alice 叫佢過嚟。你冇幫威嘅咧？我機會唔係唔需要嘅，佢就唔係好好咯。我驚聽到。都要笠㗎啦。佢話唔佢係咁估咯，酒店出嚟嘅，臥底，飄啊飄啊飄嘅，飄啊飄啊飄啊，佢入北驚嘢，係得歪曬。3級真係好驚嘅3級。其實係，特別食風。搞，好想搞開咯。係啊。嗱，而家係咪3個定係話有啲睇到啊？直接 記者㗎啦，叫你記者出嚟。我嚟咁報道，咁埋出嚟。專緊啊，冇得搞啊，冇得搞啊！我仲要逼你嗰邊，所以專緊嘅事。
心怡，而家已經去到8樓啦喎，你要唔要攞嗰張？
叫咩名？心怡。
咁不如你行一去，而家唔使排隊，你攞咗。
你嗌佢試下係咪？唔睬你。
係啊。心怡咯。
係咯，心怡。你戴口罩同冇戴口罩啫，應該係。心怡，哎呀，佢咁
細聲點聽到啊？
我斯文啊嘛。
OK。
我又去卡片啦，應該。
哦，好。
我都話我唔係啊，我唔。
咁詫異啊你哋？戴口罩係
好難認。口罩咁多。
你都係咁諗啊？
我絕對係唔認得。
戴口罩咪
心怡，次次嚟都係佢提我。Yes。Jordan，你收唔收落嚟？
A 唔好意思，講成 AFP 想問呢間係咩？
法新社。
法新社。OK。3萬。
中文唔識講，中文唔記得，成日記得 AFP 嘅。
我成日記得 AFP，
但係我成日記唔到中文名。
Thank you。
法國啊嘛，法國啊嘛，嗱藍色嘅白色嘅咪法國咯。但係認住我哋喎，我哋真係最大間。都係想打我。
頭先你爆司令啊！頭先你爆司令搞啲幾驚啊！
哋睇到。